Please mute yourself. Students, please mute yourself. Please stay on mute. Students, please mute yourself.
म्यूट का साइन किधर है? बना करो तुम उसको म्यूट कर दो कितना आगे तो म्यूट कर दो
Yeah, our chief guest is just trying to connect us, and very soon requesting our chair to allow us to start this conference, virtual conference. And you feel proud that you all are in nation's first state private women's university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth, the Meru Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, is known for.
Learning was not a part of the daily routine. But slowly, I must compliment the teachers of India that they took upon themselves to train themselves for teaching online. But then there were many issues. First issue and the large issue, which is relating to, say, connectivity, is the infrastructure. Many of the universities did not have the infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I will mean infrastructure in terms of devices, infrastructure in terms of network, infrastructure in terms of bandwidth, enough bandwidth. And for students, also the infrastructure in terms of space. Because when you have to do online teaching or online learning, you need a separate room for yourself. So that was also an issue for some of the students. So infrastructure was the basic issue, and I understand that most of the universities are now spending more on technology than the brick and mortar structure. Even the government has come out with special schemes in which they are spending on technology so that the infrastructure, digital infrastructure, can be created. So that is something which was hurting us the most. Our students, many of our students didn't have the devices, means they didn't have laptop or mobile or tablet to learn. So these were the basic issues relating to the infrastructure. So government is trying to do a lot to bridge this digital gap. We are also thinking of schemes like donated device, like many of us are using mobile or laptops and sort of changing them very frequently. So although the earlier mobile is in a working condition, although the earlier laptop is in a working condition, but we tend to change. So we are saying that there can be a scheme like donate a device, in which the all devices can be given to the poor children for studying at home. Then second issue was capacity building of teachers, because our teachers were not trained to teach online. So for that also, the universities made their own arrangements that they can sort of train their teachers to teach online, and the teachers use the online asynchronous methods of learning how to teach. So all of a sudden, all like you're working on Google Meet, Zoom was there, Microsoft Teams was there, Blackboard, Canvas, like this, so many platforms were used for teaching online. So training of teachers was very important, which did affect the quality of online learning. But now even AIU is having a portal. If your teachers want to learn online teaching, not only online teaching, if they want to learn, say, presentation skills, communication skills, how to engage the students, how to do the instructional designing, how to even make an impactful research project, all these many courses are there on a platform which AIU is partnering with a company called QuedX, which is originally a UK-based company, but now they have an India presence. So QuedX is a platform where your teachers can learn how to teach online effectively and how to improve themselves also. Just go to AIU website and you will see that. So online, this was very important, that how to train the teachers, capacity building of the teachers to teach online. Similarly, when the assessment and evaluation came, again there was a very big issue, because in India mostly the universities follow the method of 3-hour examination at the end of the semester. Now this 3-hour examination itself was a challenge, because if you want to do it offline, Corona won't allow you to do it offline. If you want to do it online, then all these resources for every student are not there. So they were finding it very difficult to hold online examination. So some methods were devised. Some people use the platforms which are existing for a proctored examination. When I say proctored examination, especially for the students who are here, the proctored examination in which the camera of the computer works like an invigilator. So if you are looking here and there like this, so the camera will catch that you are trying to copy. If there's a sound, the camera will catch that you are copying. So the proctored online examinations were held in some universities. But then I think if you really want to maintain the quality of our education, instead of sort of depending upon a 3-hour examination at the end of the semester, we should be depending upon the continuous assessment of the student throughout the semester. And when I say continuous assessment throughout the semester, I will mean that it can be based on the activity.
Madam Mittal, may I request you that kindly please conclude, because our some participants are from abroad, some USA, some Pennsylvania and others, and there is very late night there. So we shall be listening you, and we will be requesting you for your blessings like in this manner. So please you sum up and allow me to invite some others, please.
Okay. So assessment and evaluation was the issue. Similarly, internship and placement was the issue, where the internship and placements were required online instead of offline. So there were again many platforms which helped in online placements and internship. And lastly, there was an issue of engaging the students emotionally, culturally, because they were not coming to the university, so they were finding it very difficult to cope up with the situation. There were many issues of depression in the students, and they were feeling very lonely. So we requested the universities to open a counseling center in the universities to help, and also we started a program, Kuch Artistic Corona, in which the students were asked to submit videos of their performances, and then first, second, third were chosen. So we have to engage the students fully, and if we don't engage the students, then the quality of higher education on the whole, holistically, it will suffer a lot. So the issue of higher education post-COVID basically depends upon how to engage the students in an efficient manner, how to teach efficiently, how to learn efficiently, and how to collaborate online So online collaboration is very, very important. With this, I would like to thank you for inviting me here, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your very nice presentation and blessings to our students. And one thing I would like to share with you here that today every agencies, every bodies are talking about community development activity, and we feel proud to share with you that our university, since its inception, 2008, is working on community development activity, and we provide NBCD certificate, Nation Building Community Development Activity certificate to all the students who pass out this campus rather than their regular degree. Means alumni of Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, it means he has NBCD certificate also. So thank you for your very nice idea on sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post COVID-19. So now, thank you, madam, again.
Thank you.
And I request, please stay with us. We shall listen to you again on some emergent part of this topic. Now I request Professor Emeritus Professor Shekhar V. Anam Botla, Kopasburg, USA, for his presentation. Professor Botla, you are not audible.
Good morning to everyone. Good evening for us. You are able to hear me?
Yeah.
Good. So it's almost 11:15 at midnight, almost crossing the midnight time. So thank you very much for inviting me and appointing me as an Professor Emeritus from the honorary position recently. So basically, I am an Ayurvedic doctor, BAMS and MD Ayurvedic medicine. More than 33 years practicing around the world. I'm a US citizen. Since 20 years, I'm living in the United States of America, in Pennsylvania. I traveled extensively in northern part of North America, Latin America, and Europe. I spent the majority time in European countries, traveled extensively 30 countries. So finally settled here in Pennsylvania. I have my practice, Ayurveda practice, more than 25,000 patients I have. And in addition to that, I'm also president of the Ayurvedic Association called APNA, Association of Ayurvedic Professions of North America, APNA. Is a global organization from the 135 countries. More than 48,000 members are there in that organization. I'm also director of the Global Ayurveda Academy. Through that, we create a memorandum of understandings with the various universities and institutions in the globe. So with this brief introduction about myself, today, with the sustainability of the bringing of this new normal condition of the COVID situation, still we are in the continuation journey of the COVID. When we are going to end this COVID situation, we don't know. Second wave is coming. We need to be prepared for that. Healthcare crisis is coming. Maximum number of people are dying in the United States country. And next to that, India. So, we need to look into that. There is a failure is there. The system is failure. It is not only modern medicine is failure, the whole system is failure. Education system is failure. We are unfit for this small virus, which is affecting the whole world. What we can do it. So, in ancient textbooks, dhamsas, either with the water, air, or contaminations with fire, anything can happen with destroy the whole communities and world. So now we are seeing such a calamities such as typhoons and earthquakes and volcanic dissolutions are happening. Now, how we can change it? First of all, we need to look into the climate change. So we need to educate the people to bring the good climatic changes has to bring it. Particularly in India, Swachh Bharat, our Honorable Prime Minister has brought the Swachh Bharat. This is the thing is very, very essential for us to cleanliness. So Mahatma Gandhi also mentioned that he cleaned particularly the bathrooms and everything. So similar way, we need to be maintain our cleanliness. And this is the first thing, prime most thing we have to educate us. And global citizen education. We need to aware about the globalization of the Ayurvedic education or intellectual education around the globe. That's the thing. The principles are very clear. Education is clear. The principles are put together or properly. We need to bring it up some points here to bring the holistic health to the whole population. And technical and vocational education is also a very important factor, which is more practical oriented, not only theoretical oriented, more practical oriented, hands-on training is important. So along with that, World Health Organization has given benchmark trainings in Ayurvedic programs for the worldwide. We have to adopting those things. Vedic education, which is already our university is doing Vedic education. It's imparting the education. Recently, the Prime Minister has launched this program, Vaibhav Summit. I was introduced to that university and to the summit. There we have given, so meditation is stress management. So now 60 to 70% of the population is suffering with stress-oriented disorders. So now COVID is a comorbid condition, can create the lot of health problems such as diabetes and cardiovascular diseases and bronchial asthma, autoimmune disorders, various disorders can come through that. The people who are affected that with COVID, the reason is that because of comorbid conditions, and along with that, stress management. So preventive care very, very important for the people. Along with that, lifestyle medicine. We teach here lifestyle medicine, when to go to bed, when to wake up, what type of lifestyle we have to maintain it. Self-care is also important, and yogic practices. And we have an International Yoga Day declared by our World Health Organization, and as well as UNO has declared that. Similar way, we are working on that, getting of a World Ayurveda Day. Is very important. And sustainable food. Food is the very, very important factor that so many diseases are connected to the bad food. So majority of the diseases are connected to your gut health. Gut health is connected to all the neurological disorders, brain damages, autism problems. We treat a lot of people with autistic kids and neurological problems such as Parkinson's diseases and neurological conditions. With all the things are connected to the gut health. So healthy food, healthy eating habits. So a lot of foods which are deep-fried foods which we are eating, and that is also damaging our health and wellness. And yogic lifestyle, maintaining or bringing of the good, healthy yogic lifestyle, and stress management, as I mentioned to you, self-development courses and education. For every children, we have to teach them how to bring the self-education, these factors. If you bring it, we will definitely bring it to our students. They will be self-restored and strong, healthy nation will build up. Thank you very much. Sir, any questions?
I hope you have concluded your lecture.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and one thing I would like to, Dr. Shekhar, we would like to say here that during COVID, we have done a lot in academic, in research, and even it has given an opportunity for all the teachers of the, all the faculty members of the university to do a lot regarding their, you can say, preparation of videos, uploading them on YouTube. And now it is a matter of pride for you to know that a single teacher has uploaded more than 3,000 videos on YouTube, given to our expectation. So less or more, you can say that this COVID has given an additional opportunity to us, and very smoothly we have handled our all the academic responsibility. It is not a time to discuss in details about all the things. So thank you very much for your delivery, and request our another Professor Ibatas, who is known globally for his vast experience as an entrepreneur, as a researcher, and I have no word to say that it will take more than 30 minutes if I will be giving his complete introduction. So just I am calling Professor Paul Prabhakar. He is from Chicago, USA. He is IITian, and he has done PhD also. He is a very vast knowledge in uh, business aspect related knowledge. So I request Professor Paul that kindly please share your view in this virtual seminar on the topic sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post COVID-19. Professor Paul Prabhakar, please.
Thank you, Dean Law, and all the distinguished guests here. It's particularly heartwarming for me to see so many young students eagerly listening to different words of wisdom from a variety of people with different backgrounds. I've given a speech to a similar audience just a couple of weeks ago, so I already feel at home with your university. I'll keep my remarks very short because I know you have a long agenda. Sustainability post-COVID. Having been in the academia in Chicago for 30 years and being in the field of business, I just want to share a couple of different points, couple of them to organizations, universities, and a couple of them to young people, to students. Most of us look at this COVID situation as a morbid situation. Nobody wanted that. It happened to us. It's a bad thing. Like any other challenge in life, it's not the challenge itself, good or bad, that matters. What matters is how you come out of it. So while there is a lot of uncertainty, the only certainty that we have is when we do come out of it, some universities that are lesser known today will be instantly known post-COVID because they turned this into an opportunity. Some universities that are very well known today, believe me, will take a step back because they choose to be afraid of this situation and they shut down and don't do anything. Like anything else in life, when you have a challenge, you have two options. Either shut it all down, wait it out till the storm gets over, in which case, when the storm gets over, you will be in exactly the same place and some others would have gone past you. So my message is very, very simple. If you're a university or an organization, the impact of COVID, while technology is important, and I hear a lot of speakers suggesting we need to accelerate electronic platforms to deliver content, let's never lose sight of the fact why we are all here. And I'm now speaking to faculty members and administrators. We are here because in this business, because we can mentor young lives. We do not want to hand over that role to a machine. Education is not business. We are not selling. If you're selling something that's called e-commerce, e-education is very different from e-commerce, because e-education essentially has a human side to it that can never be destroyed. So my general advice to universities, even when I'm speaking to universities here in the US about COVID, including my own university, is this is not a curse. It's not a bad storm. It's a life event. We can characterize it as a bad thing, but focus on the light that we will come out into after the fact. Use this as an opportunity. An opportunity for what? Certainly ramp up technologies. Any content that can be delivered or digitized should be done. But I will go further ahead and tell you what education, especially in India, what we need what Western universities call soft skills. How do you learn to be a human being if you're a young 20-year-old woman? Learning content is easy. Learning to be a responsible member of society is hard because you don't read it from a textbook. Family, friends, television, etc. That all these bad things are happening because of COVID. Certainly, bad things are happening. But let's start with the knowledge that nobody here is responsible for this. Okay, it is a life event that has happened. So if you're a young person, how should you respond to something like this? Well, what I tell organizations in Chicago, this is a challenge, but the flip side of a challenge is it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity because the COVID kind of resets the table, rewrites the rules of competition. And if the COVID were to disappear 1 year from now, you should be responsible for answering the question, what did you as a young person do during that 1 year's time to invest in yourself? Did you take the easy way out? Or did you use this opportunity and leverage it to your advantage? Well, all I can tell you is you have more time on your hands and you have resources that people like me never had at your age. Content is free. The best content in the world at the best universities, whether it's Harvard or London Business School or MIT, are all available for free to anybody in the world. And everyone here knows that they're called MOOCs. You can go and access them. So the reason you are in a university there is not for content. Learn that, understand that, accept that. You're there because you want to develop the whole person, the personality, and how do you succeed in life. Being very intelligent is different from being a very successful human being. So my advice to you, use this time wisely, learn the content very quickly, way beyond what your university tells you, But beyond that, I would say use this time to link up with some mentors and let some of that rub off on you. I wish the students all the very best. And believe me, we will come out of this collectively stronger and better. Thank you.
Thank Professor Paul for your kind delivery, and we hope that the sustainability of quality in higher education in new norm of today's conference will definitely give some outcomes that will be beneficial for the research, that will be beneficial for the policy intervention, as well as we shall be trying to inculcate all these things in our coming days activities. It's something we are getting positive. Due to some network problem, sorry for interruption. Due to some network problem, and I failed to say something. And now I request to Professor Manu K. Bora. He is the, in nutshell, if you say, he is the encyclopedia of knowledge in the world, and his vast experience in the field of academic research. And now I request Professor Manu K. Bora sir, that he is our Professor Emeritus, that kindly you start your presentation, and also since Professor Manjeet is Kong
And may I request everybody to go on a mute?
So good morning.
Please, everybody go on a mute. Thank you very much. Greetings from Chicago. It's approaching 10:42 Chicago time. And good morning to all of you. And greetings to all the distinguished guests and students who have joined. Now, the topic I'm going to share with you, I'm still hearing the disturbance. Please go on a mute so we can have the presentation. Thank you. So my topic is basically sustainability of quality in higher education through soft skills. So allow me to share the presentation.
Yeah, mobile. Yes, Samantha.
Can we have everybody on a mute, please? Thank you. Very briefly, I'll work through the presentation. Please, please stay on a mute. Thank you. I will begin with a few quotes on education, and then I want to bring up what's the state of education is in India versus the Western world. We can learn from what is required from the graduates from the World Economic Forum. Want to touch upon the national education policy, which Dr. Pankaj Mittal mentioned. And then as a part of the AICTE NEP implementation plan committee, I want to give some highlights and then share with you learner engagement model applied to all the students and faculty excellence model for fellow faculties at Jayoti Vidyapeeth. And best of all, importance of soft skill, which Professor Paul Prabhakar alluded to. I'll expand on that area. So, few simple quotes. Will Durant tells us that the education is a progressive discovery of our own ignorance. When we know what we don't know, then we can begin to learn something new. Nelson Mandela has rightfully said that the education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And in India, we need to leverage this weapon to uplift the masses and be the best in the world. Few other quotes: education costs money, is not free, but then so does ignorance. So if you are ignorant, you will pay more price. Having education is better to spend money on. Next one is education is mother of all professions. So if you are educated, you can go to any different fields and make yourself a good living and be satisfied and be successful in life. And the last one I like the most, and I've been practicing it for well over 27 years as adjunct faculty, that when you share the knowledge, it multiplies, and when you hoard the knowledge, it dies. So quickly, some higher education challenges in India with the over 6,000 engineering and technological institutions enrolls 2.9 million students every year. 1.5 million engineers enter the job market, and a survey done by Aspiring Minds shows that out of 15,000 students who were surveyed, only 7% were capable of doing the core engineering jobs. So in other words, people who graduate are not being skilled enough to be productive part of the Indian economy. So we are creating the role of unemployed, and this is not a good situation for India. A little bit busy slide. Our current state, the way we do things using the old 100 years old system of British education versus the desired state, learning from the best of the best from the Western world, etc. We need to move to the inquiry-based learning rather than the rote learning, and we can leverage the best-in-class practices. Academic curriculum needs to align with the needs of the industry and the workplace. And I'm going to expand upon integrating soft skills in the curriculum, where I have 7 years of on-the-ground experience in India. Quality of education, both system and curriculum, should integrate quality in all aspects. Very important for the faculty members to have some industry experience. Either you have worked in the industry before you join the academia, or you do consulting and do some projects in the industry, and continue to renew and upgrade the knowledge, because once you are at the cutting edge, you can give the best to your students. Industry participation critical to ask them to join the advisory boards from the industry, and then engage the alumni so that they can bring a lot of good resources at the alma mater. Now, here is a very interesting information from the World Economic Forum, what are the top 10 skills needed in 2022 versus 2020. So focus on the left side of the column. 4 items which are color coded are repeat from 2020 at different positions. However, when you scan through item 1 through 10, unfortunately, most of these items are not covered in the curriculum, either in India or around the world. So it's a pity that we do not focus on the skills needed in the workforce when they join the any domain, and when they graduate, they are lacking in these skills. So the industry has to train and retrain them. It's a lot of flux and waste of resources. Incidentally, National Board of Accreditation has a 12 items required for graduates to complete them in order to be successful at the workplace. Item 1 through 5 are the hard skills, which depending on the caliber of the colleges and universities, it is delivered. But the item 6 through 12, which are mostly soft skills, are either missing or done very poorly or neglected, both by the faculty as well as by the students, because they are not part of the curriculum. So segue to National Education Policy 2020 under the leadership of Dr. Kasturi Rangan. In August 2020, Government of India published this 66-page document, and there are 4 parts: school education, chapters 1 through 8, higher education, chapter 9 to 19. This is where we are talking about sustainability of higher education. Other key areas of focus, chapter 20 to 24, and making it happen, which is the implementation 25 to 27. So you see we have many policies in India and many documents are created, and a lot of them are sitting on the shelf collecting the dust. So I had a brief conversation with the chairman of AICTE, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, that what about the implementation? We have the policy, where is the implementation? And he was very kind to invite me to join the committee, which was chartered at AICTE, along with the 9 distinguished faculty. Some of them are vice chancellors, some are the chairman of the board of governors, and I provided practical input based on the industry knowledge for well over 45 years. And any implementation plan has been developed using the 9 heads shown here. And due to interest of time, I won't go into a lot of detail here, but I have a full presentation from AICTE, and at some other occasion, we will have this topic expanded for more depth. Now, as a member of the committee, I made following recommendations: that develop the action plan short term for 2021, 1 year, what we can do quickly, low hanging fruits, midterm 2022 to 2025, and the long term, the last 15 years of a 20 years journey. Also, develop the strong strategic plan at all education institute with the vision, mission, the values, and the goals. Very important to engage alumni and industry experts so that they can help in upgrading the curricula, help in the placement of the students, internships, and resources for special projects. And very critical item, which Jyoti Vidyapeeth is doing according to Professor Dr. Lal, mandatory community service by giving back to society, build the nation, and create social entrepreneurs as a result. I still hear some background sound. Kindly go on a mute. That will help all of us. And specifically, the recommendation was made for the faculty development programs, because this implementing NEP is a transformation journey which requires the administration and leadership to understand the importance of change management We're working with Dr. Paul Prabhakar at NIU, Northern Illinois University. We have the experience in Egypt on the ground on change management program, which requires leadership, talent management, project management, and sustainability. There is a US Baldrige framework for education, which allows the self-assessment to understand where our strengths are and where we have gaps and create the opportunity for improvement. Very important for the top leadership to understand the importance of community service. And then in order to implement NEP at all education institute, they need to create project leads, need to be trained in project management and risk management discipline. And both of them very happy to share with a number of years of experience delivering those modules as a full course, as well as courses in India. And for the faculties, soft skill program is very critical. And currently we just concluded a soft skill program of leadership, decision making, time management, teamwork, and project management, training 78 faculties from 18 different colleges from 6 states of India, with the assignment where faculty got engaged and they learn in a collaborative way. So I want to share with you a couple of quick models and few items on soft skills, and then I'll conclude my presentation. So over the last 27 years, when I'm teaching in the classroom, I'm looking for engaging my students. And for that, the students need to be involved in their own learning. And when they learn something new, they should apply it right away during the semester, during the quarter. And then whatever work they are doing in a team, they are going to share with the other teams in the class. So very simple but elegant model: involve, learn, apply, and share. And this was crystallized during my Fulbright Specialist project.
Our respected Professor Manu K. Bora sir and Professor Manjit S. Kong has joined. He's from
Yes.
Please continue, sir. Please continue.
Rest of the people, please stay on mute. Thank you. And the Faculty Excellence Model, CSIR, we are very familiar in India, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. So this model talks about faculty empowered to do collaborative learning under the tutelage of expert faculty in a scientific way, with introspective and reflective learning and sharing. And we deployed this method to 78 faculties I mentioned, and they all benefited and they all enjoyed the way the whole course was deployed over 3 weekends, 2.5 hours a day. Now, this is in Sanskrit, we have many forms of teachers. So we start with Vidyapeeth as a faculty, the new faculty, only sharing information. When you begin to add knowledge to it, you become Upadhyay. Then you promote to Acharya when you share the skills. When you share the insight, you become a Pandit. And when you provide the visionary thinking, you become Drishta. Ultimately, in life, when you begin to give your wisdom to the students and the learners, you become the Guru. So faculty educates the students by engaging, energizing, entertaining, and empowering them. Very quickly, importance of soft skill to sustain the quality of higher education. All the surveys show 90% or more of executives looking for more soft skills in the new hires, which is either similar or more important than the hard or technical skills. And the last item, last bullet says, the ability to work in a team is the most desirable attribute of a new college graduates, ahead of problem solving and analytical and quantitative skills, or the hard skills. So soft skills is the ticket to success. Very quickly, We developed this program, designed, developed, and delivered in India Leadership Excellence Series program, 6 soft skills in blue, 6 topics in red are the quality management, which is my area of discipline, and experimenting this using Google Hangout at IIT BHU, my alma mater, completed that program and then expanded it to 50 colleges in various states of India. The project is written up at American Society for Quality India website. And happy to share that between 2013 to 2016, 675,000 students, faculty, and professionals benefited from this program live as well as recorded sessions. And during the pandemic, currently we are now tracking at 900,000, 9 lakh students, faculty, and professionals. Again, this is a busy slide, but overall, in the last 7 years, using the synchronous method, been delivering soft skill program throughout India at various places like Tata Network Forum, where executives join from around the world, Madras Management Association. We talked about the Indo-Universal Collaboration for Engineering Education, where students were taught 6 different sessions and the faculty, etc. And this is where I was taken to the Gandhinagar Bizex studio, the capital of Gujarat, where Commissioner of Higher Education, Mr. AJ Shah, in white shirt, with the help from Swami Nikhilesh from Ramakrishna Mission, originally from Vadodara, now he is in Rajkot, gave a talk on effective time management for 45 minutes, 450 colleges connected via satellite, 5 lakh students benefited with the live presentation on a very important topic of time management. And we were recognized with the DL Shah Quality Award, working with Professor Anil Kumar Agrawal, the head of training and placement at IIT BHU. We had a team of 18 members, 6 from ASQ and 12 from IIT BHU students and faculties, and received the coveted DL Shah Quality Award from Quality Council of India. And in summary, I would like to mention that all the students and the faculty, if we focus on chasing the excellence, success will follow us. Don't look for success. Focus on excellence. The graphics quickly, Nike, follow that, just do it. India, we are very good at debate. And when time comes for action, the ground is open because all the people have shifted to next big debate. So let's not follow in the same trap. Patience, persistence, and perspiration will make an unbeatable combination for success. And that's what we need to focus on during COVID, post-COVID. And I like this last one to the right graphics. Expect nothing and appreciate everything coming your way. And so in the end, let us light a lamp of knowledge to eliminate the darkness of ignorance. With that, I'm concluding my presentation. And thank you, Dr. Lal, for allowing me to share my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. You are the capital of the university. You are Professor Emeritus of this university. So there is no anything like that to allow you to share your view. You are part and parcel of the university. So thank you for your delivery, and we hope such nice presentation in future by you and your kind guidance in maintaining the higher education quality in new normal. Thank you very much. Now I request.
Now, if you allow me, I have to sign off. It's getting late.
Thank you, because in your USA it is very late night, so we can understand your problem. So thank you very much. On behalf of our whole fraternity, we give you a lot of thanks.
Thank you.
So now we have Professor Manjeet Eskong, KS USA, and he has joined us. He is basically from agriculture background, and we are keen on sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post COVID-19. So Professor Manjeet, welcome in this virtual seminar, and we hope that it's also late night for you, but please start this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. Actually, I'm sitting in Ludhiana, Punjab.
Okay,
So,
okay, so you are in India. Thank you very much.
yes, I have never left India.
Okay,
Yeah, my term as Vice Chancellor of Punjab Agriculture University was from 2007 to 2011. So my wife is working at the Christian Medical College in Ludhiana, and she's a cancer researcher, and now she's testing the COVID-19 people. So basically, I'm a geneticist. So it goes beyond agriculture. It applies to human beings, animals, everything. So that's my background. The challenges that COVID-19 has created for higher education, we are living in a time when nothing seems normal. So the short-term impacts of COVID-19 on higher education would be on human capital. For example, we're not getting enough students. A lot of students are even going to Canada. And with that, and on top of that, COVID-19 has complicated things. So declining college enrollments would be the number one issue, in my view. Then there's financial capital. So beside human capital, there's the financial capital. Universities have been closed for a long time, and they are not able to, colleges have been closed for a long time, and they're not able to collect any money. And so that is how to grow revenues would be a main issue. Then we have physical capital. That is infrastructure. We have created buildings and first-class buildings. Hello? Something
please
is happening.
continue. Yeah,
Okay.
continue, please.
Okay, there was some interruption. So infrastructure is basically pre-COVID. So we have first-class infrastructure, but it is not being utilized now properly. So that would be another issue. Can we continue to use the infrastructure we have created? And in the short run, when we don't have students, obviously we are not utilizing it properly. Maybe after COVID-19 subsides and there is a cure, vaccine, etc. Vaccine itself is not going to do any good unless people take the vaccine. So the last capital would be the reputational capital. Every institution has a reputation. So how good it is determines whether we will attract students. So brand name is very important. For example, PAU Ludhiana is a brand name. So a lot of people are coming. PAU Ludhiana is not going to have any problem, whether there's COVID-19 or anything else. But there are so many private universities that are open around Ludhiana and in Punjab. So they're not getting enough students to begin with. So now they're all shut down, and they are scrambling for how to maintain their buildings, how to maintain their infrastructure, and how to attract students. So these are some of the big issues that the COVID-19 has created. And what can be done? So the outlook, what we can expect. There may be mergers of institutions, and I have seen articles written by our scientists here that in one little city in Mandi Govinda, that is the iron capital of India. So there are two universities there, and so are they really needed? So there may be some merger of institutions. That is likely. Non-essential programs might get the axe. So can all programs survive? No. Non-essential program will have to go. So you have to select which one would be viable, and then there may be people may not want to go for a 4-year degree or college degree. They may opt for certificate or short-term diplomas, 2-year programs. So these may happen. Then because we are in a system where lot of classes are being held in some institutions remotely, online. So this might become a permanent feature. At least it may become part of the delivery system of education. So sustained adoption of remote and hybrid classes, that could be a low cost or lower cost model. So what can we do to plan for the future? We have to look at what their mission is. Every institution has a mission. Is the institution fulfilling its mission during these during the COVID era? So if we are not fulfilling the mission, then we need to do something. This environment and post-pandemic, we need to see how we can modify our mission or how we can bring in new ideas, new structures, new programs. So another thing in marketing, there's always one thing. Is the product unique? Is there anything that we are teaching or doing that is unique to this university or this college? So that is very important. So, for example, in agriculture, if somebody has nanotechnology, that may be unique. So they may attract students to nanotechnology. That's a unique product. If everybody has nanotechnology, then it's not unique. So we have to find out what is unique that we have. So are our buildings COVID-19 safe? How we can ensure that the students and the teachers and other employees in a university or college will be safe during this pandemic and beyond. So this pandemic is not going away. I think in UK it's getting worse. In France it's getting worse. In the US it is getting worse. So all of these places are having problems.
Sir, Manjeet and other participants, all learned professor emeritus, adjunct professors and others are requested that kindly let us make this topic, this conference as a centric, and the topic of today's discussion, panel discussion is sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal. Means we have to check that the quality that was in beginning is going to be continued in the new normal of COVID or not. This is a matter of concern for all the academicians, all the citizens of the world to think over that. So I request everyone that please be convergent on the topic. We have already decided for that, and let us discuss over that.
Well, I thought that's what I was discussing.
Yeah, you please sum up, sir. Okay.
Okay, then I discontinue my talk at this point.
No, sir. Please continue.
I don't know.
Continue.
Okay.
But please come on the topic. Because
No,
our
I thought I was on the topic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
Yes,
sorry
sir.
if you don't like it. That's fine. You know, then
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
have
no. No,
I don't have
actually,
anything else to say.
yeah, actually, some viewers are writing in the comment box, so I am transmitting all the things to our learned.
What is that? I'm talking about higher education, how it will be impacted, and how it can be sustainable.
Yeah.
So that's what I've been talking about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please,
So
please.
if
Sir, please
somebody
continue.
doesn't like it, that's their problem. You know, I'm not discussing anything abnormal here. I'm discussing.
Yes, sir.
So goodbye.
Okay, thank you. Now, I once again thank nice delivery, and you know that the today's seminar is on the topic sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal. Again, we would like to share with all the students, all the participants, all the viewers that a team of media is also connected with you. The NEET cover editor-in-chief, Mr. Zai, is connected with us. Our university, Jayoti 90.4 FM, is also has taken some views from our participants, and they are recording our delivery. JBTV is also on way, and they all the three media channels, you can say of the university associated part and parcel, like JBTV 90.4 FM radio station, NEET cover, all are recording, and all are giving a slight touch to the presentation given by our participants. So everyone is requested that please be concentric and try to deliver the lecture on the topic sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post COVID-19. Now,
yeah, let me add that next speaker will be joining in few minutes. She got disconnected and will be back with us soon. So continue.
yeah, please share.
Yeah, I was just saying that next speaker, Professor R. Hayati Dahiya, our president, will be joining in few minutes, and till then you can continue. That's what I was adding.
And now welcome to Dr. Virendra Goswami ji. He has just joined us.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Professor Meenakshi Mathur is also here.
Yeah, Meenakshi Mathur is also welcome, and our another pro-president, Professor Sharma is also here, SC Mathur is here, and Dr. Ashish Datta ji is also here from CCH. We again welcome you all, and please wait for your and
then let me till then let me little bit clarify this sustainability of quality in higher education. What actually happened? Everything was going good. The students were taking the classes, the teachers were teaching, and all of a sudden this COVID-19 came, and it was like just putting a break. Everything stopped. And now when we are slowly coming out of this COVID-19 and a new normal and post-COVID-19 era is coming, now it is somehow affecting the quality in higher education. So that's why this topic was chosen, means how to sustain that quality, what are the hurdles, how to overcome, where is what needed, how to implement, the policies which we are making, and how to manage the time, how to train the teachers, what about the training of the student, So those things, which we have to discuss, and we would be implementing them. We would be, making a planning, and the plan thing have been implemented properly. Yes, then definitely we will be able to sustain the quality in the higher education. So that's what I want to add, and that is the meaning of this topic today, and that's we're going to discuss in coming hours.
Yeah, just our president is about to connect. He is facing some network issue, and I request to Pro President sir that kindly connect with her and.
Yes, absolutely. When you continue, I'm getting higher. Okay.
So and one thing I would like to share with all the participants that the unique teaching methodology of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is how we start our academic. First of all, when we enter in the class, we say namaste to all the students. Then our morning starts from national anthem. Then we ask a student that smile please. After that, we give clapping to those students who is celebrating her birthday on that very specific day. And in this way, from a very happiness mood, our academic started in a full dedication with full zeal and thrill. And at the end of the, you can say, class, in the afternoon, when our academic gets its off, then the students and the teachers concerned take part in national song Vande Mataram. Also, in our university, there is portfolio division. Portfolio division means at the time of admission, we ask to students that in which portfolio they will like to join, whether they want to join government job, they want to join corporate job, or they want to be an entrepreneur. These are some special features of our academic. And now our President Madam, Professor R.S. Daya has joined us. We welcome you, Madam. And now I request you that please express your words in this virtual conference that is going on today on the topic sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post COVID-19. Our President, Madam Hayati Daya.
Namaskar, very warm good morning, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Founder and Advisor Sir, all Honorable Professor Emeritus of the University, respected speakers, eminent speakers and experts of today's conference, all the organizers, Professor Lal, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Raghav, and all dear students and JVNs. You have already been welcomed to the conference, but I welcome you all again on this great morning, and it is a matter of pride for all of us to have such an amazing national conference due to highest and efforts of our Honorable Founder Advisor Sir and Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, that this type of conferences of the national importance are taking place at various platforms. And today in this platform we have n number of expertise, and we also welcome General Secretary of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal Ma'am. If you are with us till now, I welcome you and I thank you for being with us. And it's really a pleasure to be associated with AIU for this national conference and enlightening our students regarding the sustainability of higher education and normal new post COVID-19. As your Professor Lal was giving a brief introduction of the university has been established with the vision and the mission of bringing women empowerment to the local community and also upliftment of the women, and with the main aim of community development. And the university was also established in the rural areas of Rajasthan, being the first state private university to bring empowerment to the rural girls and women of the area. And now it's not of the area, but it is all at national and international level. So with as Professor Lal was mentioning, we have many feathers in our cap of our esteemed university by having 12B ranking of UGC status, which recently has been backed by the university amongst 300 other 16 universities in India. And also we have been NAC accredited in 2018 with B plus grade, which is again a very important event for our university. We have been accredited for Swachh Bharat mission, and also we have a project of under the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan by adopting 5 important villages nearby the vicinity of the university for empowering the villages and also for community development, may it be in the education, health sector, agriculture, etc. We have many awards which has been given to the university with the vision and with the idealistic chairperson, ma'am, another founder advisor, sir, for our research purposes, for our projects which we handle, and all we have a number of patents we have already been registered by the various government agencies of India. The number of patents and the research areas which we do in our university is of utmost importance, and this kind of research is more towards the innovative research with the traditional, considering the traditional medicines and the traditional research which has been taking place in India. Joining this, linking these researchers with the modern researchers, particularly in the field of medicines, Ayurveda, homeopathy, agriculture, we can achieve a number of great research and results in this field. As far as our higher education is concerned, the innovation center, we have the innovation center, we have a startup certs, and we have incubation centers, and for entrepreneurship and startups and skill development, which Manu sir was mentioning just before me, that we have skilled a number of all the students, and it is compulsory for our students to be skilled, and also for the rural areas, women of the rural areas, which we skill them. We also train them in the medicinal plant area, which is a very important project given by Ayush Ministry to our university, and at present many number of trainings have taken place and are taking place. So upliftment of women and upliftment of rural areas, it's a very important part of our community development. And also not only in the community, but in the same time we have mentorships of various aspects, like mentorship in health, mentorship in education, mentorship in agriculture, and mentorship in digitalization as well, where the students they are acting themselves also as a mentor, and the faculty also acts as a mentor for the students. So when we talk of sustainability of higher education, our university during COVID and also post-COVID has been very active in digitalization of the education, of higher education. And from the day one itself, the university had taken the initiative of being empowering our students and the faculty members in digitalization and in teaching methodology and learning methodology for the students via digital platforms, which the university is already has, and it is improving day by day, and it is one of the universities in not only I think in Rajasthan but also in India that we are truly digital, truly getting paperless more and more. And our students during COVID have been really benefited by the lectures, the videos, and their presentations online and one-to-one mentoring of the faculty. And the classes have been running regularly. the curriculums have been completed, and one of the important part of our curriculum is digitalization, which is nothing new for our university, but yes, the improvements are already taking place and already there, and our students are very well aware of our digital platform, and are part of the education which we provide to the women. It's with the fact that they will be empowered not only through the face-to-face interaction and mentorship at various level by the faculty members, but also through the digital platforms. So they have a connectivity, although our university is one of the universities and maybe the only university in India, I must say, that we are mobile free campus, very disciplined and mobile free campus. However, at the same time, if there is no mobile, there are access to the internet and access to the other platforms via digitalization platforms of the university itself. So if the student does not have a mobile, doesn't mean that they cannot access and they cannot be in connection with the teacher and with the faculty. And our faculty does their research continuously along with the students, and also we have many number of projects which the students themselves independently they do research with the mentorship and guidance of the expert faculty in various aspects of their education. So and also our PhD students, they do a lot of research within the campus and off the campus. And we are for instance, our campus is a waste management. We are very proud to say that we have picked the prizes and awards for also the waste management part of the university.
Thank you, madam, and for your kind delivery, madam President, madam R.S. Bhaiya, Professor R.S. Bhaiya, is known for her quality education-based experiential knowledge, and she is dedicating her learning to all the faculty members of the university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, and now it is high time to recall our apex body and its chairman, University Grant Commission, and chairman of University Grant Commission, Professor D.P. Singh ji, that during the beginning of COVID-19 and the different directives and their execution for the universities across the country and for the university like us at Jayoti Vidyapeeth Vidyapeeth. Whenever we have been given any instruction, then happily we recognize that the things we have been requested, we are doing already. And whether it is a matter of preparation of SLM, self-learning study material for the students, visitation of students on SWAM, NPTEL, and other participation of students on the different zones that gives the academic adventure for their learning. We have done a lot, and we are also thankful to AICT chairman for his time-to-time suggestion. Now, these all things have been possible, and had been possible due to the dedicating and dynamic leadership of our university, a very visionary founder and advisor of the university, Sir Dr. Pankaj Garg ji. We are writing day by day a new history in the academic chapter. And now, in 2008 to till today, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University has written so many chapters in different dimensions of academics. Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. That is a brand name in the world in the field of women education. It is due to the dedication of its faculty members, our team leaders, and our students. Now, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is a global campus for the students of not only across the different part of the country, but from Bhutan, Nepal, and other countries that is connecting to India. And our external affairs department of the university is day by day working in that direction. We are having so many collaborations in different international prestigious universities who are in USA, Portugal, Iran, Bhutan, UK, and other part of the world. So our students and faculty members are eligible for any exchange, any knowledge transfer, or innovation and incubation center of the university is giving a boost to their idea, and the thought process of the university is also a catalyst for all the teachers and students of the university. So we are thankful to the university management for all these things. Now I request Professor Emeritus Professor Madam Meenakshi Mathurji. She is a symbol of women's empowerment and she is connected with us. So I request you that Madam, please you share your opinion in this final discussion, that what is your suggestion, what you want to say, that in new normal, how we should maintain the quality of higher education, and what your suggestions should be for the sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal. Madam Professor Meenakshi, please.
Namaskar. Namaskar. As this is your trend of Jyoti Vidyapeeth, I am also doing Namaste to all, because I am now a partner or a member of this university. So I am following the trend. Namaste to all my respected Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Chief Director, Vidushi Garg, Chairperson, Professor Hayati Daya, President, Professor Radha, Co-President, Professor Kamlesh K. Sharma, Co-President, and Professor Lal. And thankful to you all for inviting me. Am I audible normal?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please continue.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. So, as you are repeatedly saying, as I have to talk on sustain new normal, I will say nothing is normal, sir, yet it has to go a long way to become normal. We have still so many challenges and problem facing every day in starting the normalcy of higher education. Especially in, if I talk in context of my university, though I am retired, but still I am connected to my university or my department. In context of my university or the government universities, the condition is worse than the private university as of Jyoti Vidyapeeth and alike. Because here the type of students which are being admitted belongs to very low socioeconomic group. Uh, mm, in this COVID condition, education is not at all possible man to man or face to face. That's very clear and very known. But if it is there, then we will have to go for internet. We'll have to go for some media that is required. And in the type of students we have not at all. It is not at all possible to impart education this way. Then too, has tried there we used to make educational films, and in 2004 there was a project of making educational films. We were making educational films, but in 2004 it was syllabus oriented educational films. They had a vision long back. The CEC had a vision, and they said instead of making educational films haphazardly, why don't you start making films which are syllabus oriented? So under that project, many of our professors, many of our faculty members made educational films which were syllabus oriented. So this effort has made us easy now to educate our students through those educational films. We are broadcasting those educational films, but then too there is a limitation. The whole syllabus will not be covered because the whole syllabus has not yet been catched up in the films. It would have been done. I think this problem was not at all, this situation was not at all a problem for us. Never mind. Even now also, like each school teacher and the lecturers and everybody is making films. Though it is not very professional, but at least they are making 5 minutes, 10 minutes educational films and relaying their matter for the students through their like any mail meeting IDs. So that is the best source what we can do in this such as pandemic, and we can broadcast our subject matter in the form of film through television also. And that is as it is, UGC is having their channel Gyan Darshan and all, and regularly the films are being relayed in these channels. So we can use more and more, take more and more use of those channels and impart the knowledge and can bridge the gap of knowledge the teacher and taught through imparting the knowledge. And those who can afford to have internet connection, those students who can afford to have internet connection, the teachers can impart, or teachers can relay their films, can relay their lectures through this thing. And this is what we have started from 1st December in our university. We have started taking lectures. The admissions are still coming because it is lack of knowledge also, lack of information also to the students, though it is regularly being published in newspapers, but then too the students are still not aware, but they are coming, and university has allowed to take admission till 31st December where the seats are vacant. So that is again a good point from the part of university. The teachers are trying to make educational films and delivering their lectures in the form of films. That source, that channel is being used to deliver knowledge to our students. Generally, what I would like to say, that we have wasted our 6 months. 6-7 months we have already wasted, and now we should go very fast. We should go very dynamic. Otherwise, the students will lose interest. They have already taken for granted कि हमारा 1 साल गया. We have lost 1 year. So that I think feeling must be regenerated. That we should overcome with this trauma, and they must be assured that this year is not wasted. This year will be utilized. For that, teachers have a great responsibility on their shoulders. They will have to boost up the students as well as they will have to teach the students. This is what my opinion is, because just sitting or hands on hand will not solve the problem. We'll have to start, we'll have to move, we'll have to rather run to utilize over this year of pandemic. I think this is all, sir, from my side. If anything.
Yes.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your nice delivery, and we hope that you have really expressed your experiential talk to the participants. And in the meantime, we would like to share with you that university has converted Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Jaipur has converted the pandemic challenge into opportunity. And you should visit to the university website. As you are part and parcel of the university, you are professor emeritus of the university. This expression is for those who are viewers, who are the other participants, that kindly visit to the university website. You will be finding their digital version 2.0.
Yes.
And my digital version 2.0. The government universities like
not only students of the university, but students and all the learners of the world across the globe have gained so many academic help, means study material, videos, keyboards.
Yes.
And still it is open for all. So Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University has converted this challenge into opportunity. And our live classes,
let me add.
Even our PhD Viva and all the research works, you can say dissertation, each and every academic activity has been on full stream. So, madam, please kindly add this all information with you also.
Yes.
And
yeah, and we were very grateful. As soon as this pandemic happened, we were almost ready for this. Because we were doing at least from last several years. Our teachers were engaged in making videos, in developing study materials, and at that time, truly speaking, all the staff were thinking, why we are doing this. But that type of work helped us in handling this pandemic. And immediately, soon after 2-3 months of the pandemic, we launched digital version 2, our learning management system, through which the students were watching videos, they were seeing the notes, and even the student took the examination through that LMS system. So this is for the information of all the people who are here and have joined this conference, that we were proactive and Jyoti Vidyapeeth Women's University never felt any type of problem in handling the pandemic, and all of our activities are on time. And that's why we took a lead for this topic, how to now sustain this and, with this quality, because it is affecting lot of government universities, lot of other universities. So we are definitely, I'm not boasting myself, I'm not here just to tell good things, and just to, throw my things on the participants or the listeners. What I would like to add is that, yes, we have set up a role model. For all of the universities, everything was on time, our videos are there, our study material is there, learning management system is there, our examination were done in that way, and we were very proactive, and that's why we took the lead now for the discussion how to maintain and sustain the quality, for the other institutions also who are jiggling and facing tons of problems. So that was my submission.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice addition. Now I would like to request Professor Emeritus, Professor S.N. Upadhyay ji, who has been former director of IIT BHU. Sir, are you connected? Professor S.N. Upadhyay, former director IIT BHU. Perhaps he is facing some problem in connectivity. So when he will be connected, we shall be listening him, and we will be collecting his views for our this seminar. Now, Professor Emeritus Professor S.N. Singh ji. Professor S.N. Singh. Okay. Professor Emeritus Professor Anil Kumar Agarwal sir. Hello. Hello.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, sir, please. Professor Anil Kumar Agarwal sir. Yes, sir, please on your video.
My video is on.
But you are not visible. Welcome.
This camera is off actually. You please turn on your cam. Yeah, because I'm seeing a sign here that your cam is not on. So turn it on, please. See.
My camera is on. My camera is on, like maybe.
Now. No. That's showing the. Your cam sign is coming here that it is not on. Anyway.
So.
We are happy to welcome. Very much audible.
We are happy to welcome to our one of the Professor Emeritus, Professor A.K. Agarwal. He is known for his quality research and vast knowledge in the field of technical education, in training and in placement, as well as he knows how to give the actual shape of any project, how to give the optimal solution of any problem, how to optimize any problem that is arising during research, during innovation. So we are feeling proud to see that Professor Agarwal is connected with us, and we are going to listen him his experiential integrated talk on the topic sustainability of quality higher education in new normal post COVID-19. Yes, sir, please. Professor Agarwal, sir, please start your presentation, sir, please.
Very good morning to all of you. I am seeing the dignitaries from Yale University, Professor Lal, and also from AIU. Many of the points which I wanted to touch upon has already been covered by my senior colleague, friend, well-wisher, Professor Vora itself. So I'll not touch upon maybe what should we do on medium-term basis, long-term basis. So my presentation will go only to say as what should we be doing as of now. So I'm going to start my presentation itself. Is this presentation seen by
Yes,
you?
sir. Yeah,
Okay,
yes,
fine.
it is visible.
Sorry.
It is visible,
So,
sir.
fine. So, I am professor with the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT BHU, and then maybe Jayoti, they chose me also as Professor Emeritus. Without wasting time, let me go ahead. So, my point was, when I was given the topic, the issue was something like post-COVID. Problem is, like, maybe are we not facing that kind of problem as of now? People say like COVID-19 is not going to go away from our life. It will have to learn to live with it. And like maybe recently we learned that maybe whole Europe, particularly UK, now it has found different strain of COVID. Virus is mutating very, very fast. So we have to learn with the COVID itself, and maybe how is it that we maybe cope up with the problem that we are facing as of now. That's what we have to see. So problem is not only with the post-COVID situation, even we have to think what should we do even at present. So when you talk about sustainability of quality, like maybe we believe probably that we are somewhere here. Like no, that's not there. We believe that maybe yes, we are progressing. Everybody is saying, even students are saying that we are learning a lot, we are putting up a lot of effort. So that's what we believe. But fact is opposite. Maybe probably when we are talking about sustainability of quality, we are raising this issue as a question mark. Are we in a position to sustain the quality? So when we, so what fact is that we cannot believe that yes, we are sustaining the quality, but rather we look for its possibility both at present and also in future. That's the probably is the topic. Now we are talking about quality. How do we look at the quality? Quality in higher education. Your quality, maybe classical definition goes as degree of excellence. Like maybe are you excelling? Like maybe there is no limit to excel. So like maybe there's no absolute measure also, and one thing that we need to do to excel upon, we have to do continuous improvement. And the other definition of quality is that we need to make our customers delighted. So again, when you say you have to make your customer delighted, it's a measurable number. But point is, when you supply a product, a typical, you meet out the typical needs of your stakeholders, be students, be the industry, and so on and so forth. At a time like maybe the stagnation comes in, then the people, their aspiration level goes up, and so what satisfied them, what made them delighted, that effect is not seen. So like here again, you have to do a lot of continuous improvement. So quality for me then is moving towards excellence, making your stakeholders delighted. From this perspective, let us look into sustainability of quality. So for me, the customers, when I talk about higher education, typically when I limit myself to engineering education, then for me, customers then are students and then industries. So in students, they would like to be well placed, maybe where it is research or maybe management or the maybe providing technical services. So that's what the students will be looking for. And when you come to industries, they would like to see employable students. So this is the typical thing that we have. Let me share maybe the kind of experience that I had at IIT BHU, particularly this year. What is that industry had to say? Maybe we keep on collecting the data on placement for all the IITs itself. Of course, maybe total up to day one, that's what you can see. Varanasi, IIT BHU Varanasi could get about 400 jobs, and then maybe IIT Kharagpur 406. So like maybe for IIT Kharagpur has maybe double of the students registered for placement. We are just half of them. So we are doing very well. And maybe this information we have collected from public domain up to day 2, like maybe we are much ahead of even IIT Roorkee. For rest of the institution, the data was not there. Point is not to tell you that IIT BHU is the best or like maybe is a good college and so on and so forth in terms of placement. Point is something different. Point that I want to highlight that many 35 companies had to go without selecting even a single student from this campus. The other issue which I found that this time IIT BHU students could not earn any of the international offers, even though we were the best. But this is the saddest part. 35 companies had to go empty-handed. Why is it so? So the feedback that I collected from the industry, they had to say the people are lacking the technical skill. They could not perform well in case studies itself. So these are the two important things, the two important feedback that I got from industry. The people are not in a position to do well in case studies. They are not good at technical skill. During this COVID era, most of the time classes went on digital mode. We did not have that kind of measure to talk to the student on face to face, maybe to really go deep into his thought process, to understand the problem and so on and so forth, which was possible otherwise when the students were with us itself. So there definitely there was lack in the learning, and maybe we had to admit this point, the kind of feedback which had been given by the industry. And maybe this kind of feedback we did not have only from for IIT DHU. They had similar kind of feedback even for the students coming from the other IITs as well. So this is a general problem. Maybe in technical knowledge itself was a big issue. So Professor Vora in the morning talked about maybe top 10 skills which maybe according to World Economic Forum was required in 2020. In 2022, the whole thing has changed. Like maybe you can see the top thing is analytical thinking, which was left out earlier. Now it is the top skill which according to World Economic Forum is required out of any student, analytical thinking. The second point is active learning, and the third point is creativity. There are many points, maybe, but my focus would be on two top skill, analytical thinking and active learning, which we are supposed to provide to the students through our formal teaching method. Since like maybe the classroom teaching has gone, how is it that we can still take up this kind of challenge, analytical thinking and active learning, using the kind of resources that we have at our disposal? So my thinking is maybe I'm going to give you a short-term solution itself. What can you do? You can all of us can make use of our internal resources. Internal resources, when we talk about, we had to like maybe follow punish and reward system to support learning. So like maybe how do we do it? This punish and reward system, I'm again saying that maybe you do not punish and reward the student only in terms of grade, etc. But all you do to support your learning itself, there can be different models, maybe which can be employed by different institutions according to the local needs and local understanding of the student. So for this kind of system, what I suggest that maybe one can always identify good senior students, and these good senior students should not be picked up just based on cumulative score who had performed very well in a particular subject. That's how we should be identifying good senior students, and we should maybe assign them duty as teaching assistant in a very formal way. When you say that these students are going to be teaching assistant, this adds one line to their biodata. They also understand the kind of responsibility that they are going to have. So once you have the senior students, what happens, the students generally, they are very close to each other. They won't mind to open up their heart before senior student. The junior student will not mind opening up their heart. Generally, these students are very shy of opening their problem with the mentors, the teachers, and so on and so forth. But they are not all that shy when they talk to their senior students. So when I'm saying that maybe you identify the senior student, and this senior student should not be asked to maybe just talk to a big batch. Rather, they should be given only a group of junior students. My suggestion is not beyond 10, not beyond 10. So in case you have a batch of something like 60 students, what you have to do, you have to identify just 6 good students, 6 good students. And these 6 good students should do hand holding of their juniors. And then in case it is done, then maybe, yes, there will be a lot of learning. And these teaching assistants should conduct frequent quizzes. And then after the quiz is done, maybe immediately after the quiz, students should be asked to do the self-evaluation. What is the right answer for a particular question? That should be discussed right by the teaching assistant. And then maybe in case the student, they identified maybe some problem in their basic understanding, the whole issue can be discussed. And this, during this answering part, probably like the teacher can also be involved. So when you you are basically discussing your quiz with the student itself, That's where maybe, yes, the gap in learning can be identified. PAs and the teachers, now they can work upon the gaps. This is how we can take care of the learning aspect. And most of our subjects are analytical in nature. So here, like maybe how is it that we have to approach a problem and how is it that we are supposed to go ahead, everything can be addressed in case we go and make use of our internal resources, be going beyond like maybe regular teachers. Then we can also think of using external resources. Maybe your alumni can be used. Like Jayoti is a old institution, it must have produced good number of alumni. They must be having very good tie with the alumni. So now the point is, can we rope in our alumni? My experience is here at IIT BHU, recently we have involved our alumni and we have given them responsibility to teach full course, even on machine learning, many things, business ethics, business decision making, and so on and so forth. And similar kind of thing can be done by the other institution where the alumni can be asked to maybe, yes, meet the complete requirement of a typical course. So alumni can also be made to serve as mentors, both for curricula and beyond. So they can also be given maybe, yes, a group of students, let them handhold these students, let them tell like maybe their experience with the industries, where a particular subject knowledge is required, is practiced by the industry or not. Once the student, they learn that maybe what they learn, what they are going to learn in the classroom kind of situation is what industries are also going to use. They'll develop love for the subject and so on and so forth. So alumni will come serve in a big way to that kind of requirement. Then the people from the industry should also be called. They should be called to deliver lecture on special topics related to the subject itself. Then also people of eminence. When I'm saying people of eminence who can, then I'm talking about those people who can serve as role models. They should be called to deliver the talk, again in virtual mode, and they should share their success stories, how difficult the life was, how difficult the challenges were, and how is it that they could overcome those kind of challenges. Maybe once they share that kind of knowledge, that kind of experience with the student will also get to know this is how even a big problem can easily be solved. They will be ready to take up the challenges. So if that happens, then that is quite likely to motivate these students, and this will also basically create hope among these students. So in Corona period time, most of our students, they have lost hope. Somehow we have to build up hope among these students. The students being there at home, they feel quite frustrated. So maybe we had to work upon that kind of thing. So my suggestion is that maybe on a short-term basis, we should try and focus to make use of our internal resources and external resources to at least take care of active learning and analytical learning. So these are the two major qualities or that top skills that are required in 2022. So this is what I had to share with the people. Thank you very much from my side. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Agarwal, sir. Thank you very much for your very relevant and very correlating fact that is going to give sustainability in new normal for the quality maintenance of higher education. And one thing we would like to share, sir, with you that our alumni network is very strong, and our alumni are working as a mentor for their mentee, and in different aspect and on the different, you can say, dimension, they are giving suggestion for those who are in their houses and they are aloof from the 100% dynamic acceleration of the academic activity. So thank you very much, sir, for your kind suggestion and for your kind note. And I hope that this delivery will be very much beneficial and meaningful for all the researchers and for all the participants. Thank a lot by our side. Now I request to Professor Vaidya Kamlesh Kumar Sarma ji who is Pro-President of the University Ayush, Professor Vaidya Kamlesh K. Sharma ji. We are welcoming sir you, and please you express your keywords for the viewers. Professor Kamlesh Sharma has been professor in NIA Jaipur, and he has very vast knowledge of teaching and research. He has seen so many ups and downs in academics, and I hope that his experiential talk on this topic is going to boost the knowledge of all the participants. So our Pro-President, Professor Kamlesh K. Sharma, is here with his words. Sir, please.
यज्जाग्रतो दूरमुदयति दूरं तदस्तुप्तस्य तथैवेति दूरंगमं ज्योतिषां ज्योतिरेकं तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पमस्तु। धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर लाल। आज इस जयोति विद्यापीठ की ओर से आयोजित अंतरराष्ट्रीय कॉन्क्लेव कहूंगा मैं, एक ऐसे अछूते विषय को, एक ऐसे नए विषय को लेकर के अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर के एजुकेशनिस्ट, टेक्नोक्रेट्स, मैं सुनाई दे रहा हूं ना प्रोफेसर लाल?
Yes, we are able to listen. आप बोलिए। बिल्कुल, very well. We are able to. You are very audible. अच्छी सुनाई दे रहा है। Thank you.
धन्यवाद। संसार भर के अच्छे एजुकेशनिस्ट, टेक्नोक्रेट्स, एजुकेशनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स, इनको एक गुलदस्ते के रूप में सजा करके आज ज्योति विद्यापीठ ने जो एक इनिशिएशन लिया है, एक ऐसे समसामयिक विषय पर जो सारे संसार के चिंतन का योग्य विषय है, उच्च शिक्षा में गुणवत्ता की निरंतरता और पोस्ट कोविड न्यू नॉर्मल। मेरा मानना है कि जिसे हम न्यू नॉर्मल कह रहे हैं, वाकई ये न्यू एबनॉर्मल है। शायद इसकी कल्पना हमने नहीं की होगी कभी कि ये जो एकदम असामान्य स्थिति है इसको हमको नॉर्मल कहना पड़ेगा। तो इस सारी स्थिति में भी परिस्थितियां जब बनती हैं तो उनके परिष्कार भी होते हैं, उनका समाधान भी निकलता है। शिक्षण की पद्धति की हमारी एक बड़ी गौरवशाली परंपरा रही है। उपनिषद काल से ही गुरु शिष्य आपस में बैठ करके संवाद करके, विषयों का प्रात्यक्षिक करके, फिर एजुकेशन का डिलीवरी सिस्टम था और लंबे समय तक, यानी हजारों साल तक ये सिस्टम हमारे यहाँ चलता रहा। शायद उस काल में इस प्रकार की कोई विषम परिस्थिति नहीं रही होगी। यदि आई भी होती तो उसका कुछ न कुछ समाधान हमारे एंसेस्टर्स ने जरूर किया ही होता। आज मैं प्रारंभ से सुन रहा हूँ, डॉक्टर शेखर ने जब अपना वक्तव्य रखा तो उन्होंने कहा कि अपने पर्सनल हेल्थ और हाइजीन पर हमें कैसे फोकस करना चाहिए, ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। डॉक्टर पॉल प्रभाकर ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि ई डिजिटल जरूर हो, लेकिन ई ह्यूमन भी हमको जरूर होना चाहिए, इस पर फोकस करने की जरूरत है। बहुत गहरा अध्ययन प्रोफेसर मनु बोरा का उन्होंने शेयर किया, साझा किया हमारे साथ। कंग साहब ने भी बातें रखी, प्रोफेसर मीनाक्षी मैडम ने भी कुछ कहा और बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से प्रोफेसर अनिल अग्रवाल जी ने हमारे सामने इस विषय को रखा है। खासतौर से प्रोफेशनल टीचिंग के संदर्भ में जब हम बात करेंगे तो ये बातें ध्यान में आती हैं कि जो नए प्रश्न हमारे सामने उठकर आ रहे हैं, ऐसी स्थिति में एक टीचर होने के नाते मेरा अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस है कि क्लासरूम टीचिंग का कोई विकल्प नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन परिस्थितिवश क्लासरूम टीचिंग के स्थान पर जब हमको वर्चुअल क्लास लेनी पड़ती है, मैं खुद ये महसूस करता हूँ कि जब तक किसी टीचर का स्टूडेंट्स के साथ आई कांटेक्ट नहीं होता है, तब तक मैं जो कुछ बता रहा हूँ, मैं कुछ शेयर कर रहा हूँ, वो ग्रेस्प कर भी रहा है या नहीं कर रहा है, इसका रेस्पॉन्स मुझे जब तक नहीं मिलता है, तब तक एक टीचर के नाते मुझे सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं मिलता है। तो आज जैसी स्थिति है, इस स्थिति में वर्चुअल क्लासेस शुरू हुई हैं, उच्च शिक्षा में भी बहुत से नवनूतन प्रयोग हो रहे हैं, पर जब हम प्रोफेशनल टीचिंग की बात करते हैं, खासतौर से आयुर्वेद की टीचिंग की जब बात करते हैं, तो जो एकदम अप्लाइड साइंस है, एकदम व्यावहारिक शास्त्र है, उसमें किस प्रकार की कठिनाइयां आज के इस पोस्ट कोविड दौर में आ सकती हैं। तो ये ध्यान में आता है कि किसी रोगी की परीक्षा करने के लिए हमारे आचार्यों ने 3 साधन बनाए: दर्शन, स्पर्शन और प्रश्न। किसी रोगी का अगर परीक्षा करनी है ठीक प्रकार से, तो सबसे पहले उसको उसका ठीक प्रकार से दर्शन करना पड़ेगा, उसको देखना पड़ेगा, उसका देख कर उसके त्वचा कैसी है, उसका लस्टर कैसा है, उनकी आंखें कैसी है, उसका एब्डोमेन कैसा है। दूसरा आता है स्पर्शन, देखने के बाद स्पर्श, उसको स्पर्श करके पल्पिटेशन करना है। तीसरा आता है क्वेश्चन। तो तीनों की तीनों बातें पेशेंट को सामने रखकर स्टूडेंट्स के सामने जब रोगी की परीक्षा करते हैं तो हम किसी रोग विनिश्चय पर पहुंच पाते हैं और तब उसके बाद उसकी ट्रीटमेंट शुरू होता है। आज इस स्थिति में एक प्रश्न खड़ा हुआ है। इसी प्रकार से जब हम किसी ड्रग को स्टूडेंट्स के साथ आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए कहते हैं तो हमारा एक सिद्धांत भी है हफ्तामलकवत, यानी किसी चीज को एकदम क्लियर करना हो तो क्लियर करने के लिए उस चीज को हाथ में रखना जरूरी है। कहते हैं कि जैसे हाथ में रखे हुए आंवले को हम भली प्रकार से जांच सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं, इस प्रकार का इस वर्चुअल टीचिंग में होना बहुत कठिन हो गया है। तो ऐसे में जो एक प्रत्यक्ष क्लास कैसे होनी चाहिए, ये खासतौर से प्रोफेशनल टीचिंग के लिए मैंने कुछ उदाहरण दिए हैं। लेकिन अब इस नए सिनेरियो में, नए सीन में, कोविड के साथ भी और कोविड के बाद भी, एक LIC का स्लोगन है, जिंदगी के साथ भी और जिंदगी के बाद भी। ऐसे ही अब हमको सोचना पड़ेगा कोरोना कब तक रहेगा। इंग्लैंड से कुछ बुरी बुरी खबरें और आने लगी हैं। ऐसी स्थिति में हम ये कल्पना नहीं कर सकते कि आने वाले महीने, 2 महीने, 4 महीने, 6 महीने, प्रभु करे बहुत जल्दी सिमट जाए, लेकिन तैयारी रखनी चाहिए। साल 2 साल भी चले तो हमको सारे सिस्टम को उसके अनुरूप करना पड़ेगा। शुरू में मैं सुन रहा था, पवन मैडम बता रही थी कि हायर एजुकेशन में आज इन बदली हुई परिस्थितियों में हमारे देश के जो रिसोर्सेज हैं, उन रिसोर्सेज में हम कहाँ लैकिंग कर रहे हैं। संजोग से, सौभाग्य से जयोति विद्यापीठ ने अपने संसाधनों में जो एक इजाफा किया है और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर का एक जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की है, चाहे वो ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज की दृष्टि से भी या फिर फिजिकल रिसोर्सेज की दृष्टि से भी, मैं निश्चित रूप से इसके लिए बहुत प्रशंसा करूंगा। लेकिन ये चुनौती केवल एक संस्थान के लिए नहीं है, ये चुनौती सबसे बड़ी ये भी है कि आज संसार भर में क्या हो रहा है, इन सबको देखने की जरूरत ही है। पर हमारे सराउंडिंग्स में क्या आवश्यकता है, हमारे सराउंडिंग्स के क्या प्रश्न हैं, उनको भी एड्रेस करने की आज आवश्यकता है। तो एक कोटेशन आता है कि थिंक ग्लोबली बट एक्ट लोकली। आज संसार भर में क्या हो रहा है, शिकागो में क्या हो रहा है, कैलिफोर्निया में क्या हो रहा है, सब क्या चल रहा है, इन सब बातों की जानकारी हमें तुरंत पहुंचती है। लेकिन ज्योति विद्यापीठ के पास में मैला में कि बोराज में कि झरना में क्या हो जाता है, इसकी इंफॉर्मेशन भी हमें इमीडिएट होनी चाहिए। तभी हम शायद इस बात को सार्थक कर पाएंगे कि एक्ट लोकली, कि हम लोकल हमारी जो समस्याएं किस प्रकार की हैं उन पर भी फोकस करने की आज आने वाली हायर एजुकेशन की चुनौतियां, खासतौर से प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन की इस प्रकार की चुनौतियां जिनको एड्रेस करने की आवश्यकता है। बहुत से ऐसे प्रश्न जो पहले भी थे परंतु बदले हुए स्वरूप में आज उनकी आवश्यकता है। स्थानीय क्षेत्र में साक्षरता, खासतौर से कन्या और महिला शिक्षा की क्या स्थिति है, उसको एड्रेस करने की आज मुझे आवश्यकता लगती है। स्वास्थ्य, स्वच्छता और इसके प्रति जागरूकता किस प्रकार की आ रही है, क्योंकि एक बात यहाँ अंडरलाइन कर देना मुझे ठीक लगता है कि जिस प्रकार के चिकित्सात्मक संसाधन हमारे देश के हैं, उन सब के उपरांत भी इस कोविड का दुष्प्रभाव सारे संसार के समृद्धतम देशों की अपेक्षा मेरे देश में कम हुआ है। तो इसका कारण ये नहीं है कि हमारे पास कोई चिकित्सा सुविधा बहुत सुदृढ़ थी, आर्थिक दृष्टि से हम बहुत कोई संपन्न रहे हैं, लेकिन ये तय बात है कि हमारा जीनोमिक किस प्रकार का था, वर्षों से हमारी पीढ़ियों ने जिस प्रकार का खान पान, रहन सहन अपनाए रखा है, उस कारण से जिस प्रकार के जेनेटिक स्ट्रक्चर हमारी पीढ़ी को प्राप्त हुई है, वह एक सबसे बड़ा कारण रहा है कि हम इस कोविड के काल में भी हम अपने मानव समूह को बचा पाए। तो ऐसे में जो कुछ परंपरा से संस्कार हमको प्राप्त हुआ है, अगली पीढ़ी में भी उस संस्कार को यथावत दिए जाने की आज आवश्यकता लगती है। और इसके लिए डॉक्टर शेखर ने जिन बातों का उल्लेख किया, उन बातों को आज एजुकेशन से समानांतर विषय है ये, लेकिन उसके बिना एजुकेशन भी अपूर्ण है। इसलिए एन इंडिविजुअल, किसी व्यक्ति विशेष का स्वास्थ्य किस प्रकार से हम इस प्रकार का बनाए रखें, जैसा पूर्वजों ने हमें जेनोमिक्स हमें दिया है, जेनेटिक स्ट्रक्चर हमको दिया है, उसका परिणाम ये रहा है कि आज इस इतनी विषम परिस्थिति के बावजूद भी, इतना अधिक जनसंख्या घनत्व होने के बावजूद भी, चिकित्सा सुविधाओं की न्यूनता होने के बावजूद भी, उच्च स्तरीय चिकित्सा सुविधाएं न होने के बावजूद भी, जहां अमेरिका में प्रति 10 लाख 672 मौत हुई है, अपने देश में प्रति 10 लाख केवल 70 या 72 मौत हुई है। ये जो एक जेनेटिक स्ट्रक्चर हमको मिला है, ऐसे के ऐसे स्ट्रक्चर को हम आगे वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दे सकें, इसके लिए हमें आयुर्वेद का जो बताया हुआ एक दिनचर्या, ऋतुचर्या, रात्रिचर्या, सद्व्रत इत्यादि का पालन करते हुए और इसको इस एजुकेशन के सिस्टम में यदि हम शामिल कर पाएंगे तो संस्कार से जो दादी नानी के संस्कार के माध्यम से घर की रसोई में विद्यमान रहता था वो किसी कारण से लुप्त हो गया, तो आज फॉर्मल एजुकेशन में भी इन सब चीजों को शामिल करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी ताकि हम आने वाले वर्षों में आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी इस प्रकार से किसी कोविड-19 नहीं लेकिन कोविड-49 आता है, कोविड-99 भी यदि आता है, उससे बचने की तैयारी हम अपने देश की, अपने मानवता की, सारे संसार के लोगों के लिए करने की आवश्यकता लगती है। तो अब इस सारे सीन में कुछ इंटीग्रेटिव अप्रोच की भी आवश्यकता मुझे लगती है, जो शायद ज्योति विद्यापीठ इस नाते सक्षम भी है। जैसे मेरा मानना है कि आज आयुर्वेद की सबसे बड़ी स्ट्रेंथ है डाइट, आहार, जो जीवन के लिए 3 महत्वपूर्ण है, आहार, निद्रा और ब्रह्मचर्य। उनमें जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है आहार, इस आहार के साथ साथ आज बदलते हुए परिवेश में भी फूड टेक्नोलॉजी का सहारा लेकर के आहार की गुणवत्ता को कैसे हम बरकरार रखें, आहार की गुणवत्ता को हम कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, ये इस प्रकार के हायर एजुकेशन के कोर्सेज, कुछ इंटीग्रेटेड कोर्सेज इस प्रकार को चलाए जाने की आवश्यकता है। आज संसार भर में जिस प्रकार की कोविड से बचने के लिए जो इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर के नाते भारतीय मसालों का जो उपयोग होने लगा है, आपको जानकर सुखद आश्चर्य भी होगा कि फरवरी से लेकर के नवंबर में 3.5 गुना एक्सपोर्ट आयुर्वेदिक मसालों का, आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन का होने लगा है। ऐसी स्थिति में जो रिसोर्सेज है, मेन कच्ची औषधियां, इनकी उपलब्धता निश्चित रूप से कम होने वाली है। नेचुरली, प्राकृतिक रूप से जिन वनौषधियों का उत्पादन अपने देश में होता था वो लगभग कम होते जा रहा है, ग्रेजुअली धीरे धीरे कम होता जा रहा है। तो इस प्रकार की जो एंडेंजर्ड स्पीसीज हैं, जो एकदम अभाव के स्तर पर पहुंच रही है, उनकी सुरक्षा करने के लिए आयुर्वेदीय द्रव्य गुण, उनकी मेडिसिनल वैल्यूज एज वेल एज इकोनॉमिकल वैल्यूज, उसको ध्यान रखते हुए, बेटर एग्रीकल्चर साइंस का साथ लेते हुए इस प्रकार की वनौषधियों को किस प्रकार से हम ग्रो करें, कैसे उनका संरक्षण करें, कैसे उनका प्रोक्योरमेंट करें, ऐसे कुछ नए विषय भी हायर एजुकेशन के लिए हमें चलाए जाने की आवश्यकता है। इसी प्रकार जो आयुर्वेदिक फार्माकोपिया है, आयुर्वेदिक फार्माकोपिया को मॉडर्न फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री के साथ टाइप करते हुए हम कैसे इनमें कुछ नए नवाचार करते हुए आज की संसार की जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए आगे आ सकते हैं। आयुर्वेदिक पंचकर्म एक ऐसी विधा है जो एक बायोलॉजिकल प्यूरिफिकेशन का तो साधन है ही है, परंतु थेराप्यूटिकली भी इसकी बहुत बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंस है। और खास तौर से पंचकर्म के साथ साथ फिजियोथेरेपी जैसे विषयों को जोड़ते हुए, एक इंटीग्रेट अप्रोच लेते हुए जो डिसेबिलिटी आ रही होती है उससे बचाव के लिए इस प्रकार के उदाहरण के लिए मैंने आप लोगों के सामने कुछ रखे हैं। लेकिन उच्च शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता की निरंतरता बनाए रखने के लिए जो कुछ सूत्र हमारे यहाँ दिए गए हैं, उपनिषद में कहता है कि आनो भद्रा कृतवो यंतु विश्वतः, सारे संसार से जो भी कुछ कल्याणकारी बातें हैं, जो कोई अच्छी बातें हैं, उनको हम स्वीकार करें। और लेने के बाद ये एक दृष्टि जो बन गई हमारे एक कॉलोनियल विचार के कारण कि पश्चिम में जो कुछ है वही सब कुछ श्रेष्ठ है, हमारे यहाँ जो कुछ है सब बेकार है, इस धारणा को आज बदलने की जरूरत है कि जो कुछ हमारे यहाँ है उसको युगानुरूप करने की आज आवश्यकता है, और जो कुछ बाहर अच्छा है उसको स्वदेशानुकूल करने की आवश्यकता है। तो युगानुकूल करना अपनी बातों को, स्वदेशानुकूल करना पश्चिम की बातों को, और इस प्रकार से हम जोड़ते हुए आज जिस प्रकार की चुनौती सारे संसार के सामने आई हुई है, उस चुनौती का समाधान करने की दिशा में ज्योति विद्यापीठ ने ये जो पहल की है, मुझे लगता है कि छोटा सा कदम है, परंतु इस दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए हमारा ये सब आज की जो परिचर्चा है एक पाथवे का काम करेगी। इसमें से बहुत सी बातें निकल कर आएंगी, संसार भर में इसकी चर्चा होगी। जहां जहां पर ये विषय जाएगा, जो श्रोता लोग, जो दृष्टा लोग आज इससे जुड़े हुए, सबके मन में एक प्रश्नोपनिषद उठेगा कि हाँ, इस सिचुएशन में, इस परिस्थिति में किस प्रकार से हमारी उच्च शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता, इसकी निरंतरता को हम बनाए रख सकें। सस्टेनेबिलिटी तात्कालिक उपाय से काम नहीं चलने वाला है। हाँ, हो सकता है कुछ तात्कालिक परिस्थिति के लिए कुछ तात्कालिक उपाय भी करने पड़े, परंतु कुछ इस प्रकार के उपाय भी करने पड़ेंगे जिनका परिणाम दूरगामी भी हो। इस प्रकार दोनों स्तरों पर, कुछ तात्कालिक भी, कुछ दूरगामी भी, ऐसे इन समस्याओं को एड्रेस करते हुए इनके समाधान निकालने पड़ेंगे, जिसकी शुरुआत यहाँ से प्रारंभ हुई है। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवादी हूँ चेयरपर्सन, एडवाइजर, सारी टीम, प्रोफेसर राघव हैं, प्रोफेसर लाल हैं, उनका एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट है, दहिया मैडम, जिन्होंने सामने आकर के जितने रिसोर्स पर्सन जिनको हमने आज बुलाया है, बड़ी शिद्दत के साथ, बड़ी आत्मीयता के साथ वो जुड़े हैं और अपने अपने एक्सपर्टाइज ओपिनियन, अपने एक्सपर्ट, अपने अध्ययन, अपने अनुभव को हमारे साथ साझा किया, हमारे श्रोताओं के साथ, विद्यार्थियों के साथ, फैकल्टी के साथ जो साझा किया है, प्रो प्रेसिडेंट का नाते मैं उन सब के लिए भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि हम घर वाले हैं, बाहर के लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा मौका दें, इसलिए संक्षेप में अपनी बात को पूरी करते हुए, समय सीमा का ध्यान रखते हुए मैं अपनी बात को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर दलाल, प्रोफेसर राघव। मैं अपनी बात पूरी कर रहा हूँ। डॉक्टर लाल।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने मुझे हिंदी में उद्गार व्यक्त करने के लिए बातें किया, इसके लिए मैं अब आपका आभारी हूँ। और आपने हमारे सारे श्रोताओं के, सारे सहभागियों के, सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स के अंतर्मन को आपने झकझोर दिया, यह बताने के लिए कि हमारा जो एंशिएंट लिटरेचर है, हमारा जो वेद है, उपनिषद है, गीता है, हमारे जो लिटरेचर्स हैं वो कितने सशक्त हैं। उससे हमारे जो आधुनिक जो अध्ययन है, हमारी जो विचारधारा है, उसको जोड़ करके भारत को और भी सशक्त और गौरवशाली कैसे बनाया जा सकता है, इस पर आपकी टिप्पणी और सशक्त ये जो हमारी जो हायर एजुकेशन है, जो उच्च शिक्षा है, इसकी जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी है, जिसको आपने एक नए तरीके से परिभाषित करने की कोशिश की है, वाकई ये हमारे लिए प्रेरणादायक है। और वैसे आप हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के प्रो वाइस चांसलर हैं आयुष के, तो आपके मार्गदर्शन हमें प्राप्त होते रहते हैं। और ये हम सभी अपने सहभागियों के सामने रखना चाहते हैं कि प्रोफेसर कमलेश शर्मा जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनके दिशा अनुरेख में, आप कहेंगे द डायरेक्शन दैट इज गिविंग प्रोवाइडिंग टू द फैकल्टी ऑफ BAMS, बैचलर ऑफ आयुर्वेदिक मेडिकल साइंस एंड फैकल्टी ऑफ होम्योपैथ साइंस, ये हमारी ये दोनों फैकल्टी आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में सबसे अच्छी फैकल्टी के रूप में जानी जाती है। कहीं ना कहीं ये आपके इस अनुभव का लाभ हमारे फैकल्टी और हमारे छात्राओं को मिलता है। आज ज्योति विद्यापीठ महिला विश्वविद्यालय के आयुर्वेद और होम्योपैथ में पढ़ने के लिए बच्चियों की जो एक ललक है, अभिभावकों की, स्टेक होल्डर्स की जो एक प्यास है, वो कहीं ना कहीं आप जैसे विशेषज्ञ हमारे प्राध्यापकों, मार्गदर्शकों के कारण ही संभव हो पाया है। उम्मीद है कि आपके द्वारा दिए गए इस उद्बोधन से हमारे इस जो व्यक्तिगत अनुभवों पर आधारित एक्सपीरियंशियल इंटीग्रेटेड टॉक, जिसको हम इंग्लिश में कहते हैं, आज का ये जो व्याख्यान माला है, उसमें हम सभी लाभान्वित होंगे। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार। नाउ अगेन आई एम कमिंग on the next speaker, and this is time to request our another professor emeritus, Professor O.P. Sharma ji, ओम प्रकाश शर्मा जी। इफ यू आर गेटिंग मी, यदि आप मुझे सुन रहे हैं, प्रोफेसर O.P. शर्मा जी, प्रोफेसर ओम प्रकाश शर्मा जी, perhaps he is not connected or this has been disconnected. Professor Rajyavardhan S. Roy, Professor Rajvardhan, Professor Rajvardhan S. Roy, Professor Emeritus, we are waiting for you all. Hello. Yeah, then now we are going to invite one of the best academician of the country and our Professor Emeritus, Professor Birendra Goswami ji, who has been alumni of IIT Kharagpur, and his contribution in the field of science, in the field of technology, not only in India but in the abroad also, is a part of discussion and study and also review. You are known for your research, your quality and quantitative analysis, for sustainability, and they are based occupational experiment, and programming in the form of mathematical structure. It has been part of your study. So, Professor Goswami, I request you that kindly come on the co-centric discussion that is based on experiential integrated talk, and let us start your delivery on the topic sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal COVID-19. Yeah, Professor Goswami sir, please. Please unmute yourself, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Well, good morning, namaste to all of you. I am very thankful to the professor for having spoken so kind word about me. First and foremost, I feel honored that I have been appointed with this great university and a unique university of our country, that is Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, as a professor emeritus. It's a great pleasure for me because though I was a professor emeritus earlier, but to have the emotional pleasure to become professor emeritus, and that too with the Faculty of Education and Methodology, I tell you from my core of heart that I am really honored and touched, because first and foremost, I'm a son of a school teacher. Not only that, I started my education career right from Montessori school and went up to the university level at home and abroad. God is very kind. As Professor introduced to me, I have my doctorate from IIT Kharagpur in chemical technology, and then I got the postdoctoral fellowship from University of Illinois, Chicago. I had a passion for space science. So I went into the space science and I worked in the Space Science Engineering Center and one of the NASA laboratory. And for that, I had to do Master's in Space Science and Atmospheric Sciences from University of Wisconsin after my postdoctoral work. So that was a great learning. And in between, I had one passion. Why I know this session is interacting with the students. So I'm not telling my biodata or CV to them. Idea is I come back to why am I telling this thing? And after that, I had also passion. I was also instructor in Air Force Academy. I took premature retirement after having fought during 71 Ops, Indian Peacekeeping Force, and the last salute on the Vijay Divas, 97, as the inter-services car rally. I mean, God was so kind to give me different type of exposure, and then starting from that, becoming professors at my alma maters, Wisconsin and IIT and all those places. I became director of engineering college after having taken a pre-release from the Indian Air Force, a very glorious service and experienced unit what I had. And after that, I became a visiting scientist in 1990 of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, the youngest scientist, and God was kind, and I had been about 32 countries as a visiting professor since then. So why I'm telling you, there are only two relations, my dear students, in the world. One is your parent and the other is your professor, guru. And they are the only relations in the world. When you overtake them, they feel very happy. So my first appeal is whatever little bit we could pick up the ocean, some few drops of knowledge from the ocean of knowledge. My dear children, I call my students as children, and my august professor sitting here is appeal. Let's make quality of education so high that all our coming generation, they overtake us, they surpass us, and whatever we could not complete, they get the capability to complete that. And that is the quality of higher education we are here to impart. Well, as I talk to you, the sustainability I will be focusing on. I won't be talking the matter because you all are educationists. It's the Faculty of Education and Methodology. Nothing I have to teach you what is education. Nothing I can narrate you what is the methodology of education, because nobody knows better than you. But I will just narrate the experience which I gained from all you people from the learning profile as a student, as a faculty, as a vice chancellor, as a director, as a scientist, whatever God gave me opportunity, I will just share you. And my dear student, and especially my young professors, these things you may not get in the Google, even if you search that. I have tried to develop, because the topic was very interesting to me. It's a combination of science and also the technology of education, for which I have got a passion. The first time in 2012, when I was Vice Chancellor of Sunrise University, I had two Vice Chancellor tenure. One was Sangam University, that is also in Rajasthan, and the other is again Rajasthan. I am very thankful to Rajasthan that they always love me and honor me. And again, I am Professor Emeritus with your Rajasthan only. And to be very frank, the childhood of mine was spent in Rajasthan. So I am very close to you and to state, of course, which all we are close to our country. So I was coming to that, to 2012, the first time I had given the idea that FDI must be used, that is foreign direct investment, in to improve the quality of higher education. That got published a lot of places, even further it went off, and student publication in the United States, they pick up that article, and about 7 books are edited, 2 books on higher education. You can get student publications. And in that we have mentioned the mathematical models, what Professor talked about me, how to develop the quality of education. And not only that, in coming models, what is required in education is a very, very essential, is a value. You must impart the values. You have to develop the character, the work culture in the education. Quality doesn't improve just like that. It is not a question that we read some methods in the quality, but yes, you have to inculcate the work culture to improve the quality. Quality does not come overnight. You have to do the persistence. I will come slowly. I know I have got 10 minutes, but Professor, I think I'm lucky some of the speakers are not there, so I may take little liberty to talk a little more, you see, because I'm waiting from 9:15 onward, and of course I could not, there were technical problems and I could not join you earlier. Thanks to your
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. You are so much inspiration of my side. Yeah.
So, sir, I will try to be very disciplined speaker, being from very disciplined service. And it reminds me that in 2017, I was invited by Moscow State University. I had delivered 2 lectures, and believe me, one lecture was on spirituality and science, and we have developed the models of spirituality and models of peace. I have presented the peace models, how actually you establish the peace. You see, right from the childhood and right from the student age, I had got one thing. Every parent, now I'm talking indirectly all quality of education only. So instead of giving the classroom type of lecture, because you all are professors, I am nobody to give you a lecture. And all the audience viewers are highly Professor Emeritus. Who am I to give you a lecture? So I am just sharing my views, my experience, which I have learned from all you people. So what I was talking, that the quality of higher education, so just let me recall what I wanted to tell you. The important thing in the education is the thing which used to pain me. Every parent, my parent also, of course I am not lucky, I am a single parent child. My mother brought me up and she gave me the highest education in the highest institute of my country and abroad, and in academics is her blessing that I'm in front of you today. So she retired as a principal of a school. So I have opened my eyes in the academic administration. So I have developed education management systems. I also developed education higher governance system. Developing is not important. Did you experiment it? Did you implement it? Did you try it? Because the charity begins from home. Until unless you follow in your life some of the credentials, you do anything, you cannot inculcate those things into the students. You have to be a model role self. Charity begins from home. Nothing by teaching, by sermons, you cannot improve the quality of a student, you cannot bring the cultures. So I was talking the value education also, I will come little later. value education is very important. Without ethics, without values in the education, the quality of education will not improve. And if the quality of education is not improving, then the quality of humanity will not improve. The quality of society will not improve. The quality of your country will not improve. And in the totality, the humanity will not improve. So the values are very important. I am happy that right from 2012 onward or 13 onward, there was a SARC conference in Punjab Technical University. I am thankful to them. They invited me, and I had given a lecture on the value education. And we kept on only not giving lecture. IIT Kanpur also, my alma mater, IIT Kanpur also, IIT Kharagpur also. There also we gave the lecture. Not only gave lecture, we made sure that with the help of AICT, thanks to AICT and the APJ Kalam Technical University, which is UP Technical University, they have made the true credit course compulsory on the value education, which as a vice chancellor, you see, there's one advantage of vice chancellor. You can introduce new courses, you can introduce something new. This is the authority you get when you become a vice chancellor. So I have introduced in 2012, 2011 as a vice chancellor in Sangam University, then further in Sunrise University, true credit course on the value education and the ethical education. Because I feel and believe no corporate, no professional can be without ethics. These are very, very important, and I'm happy now this has been introduced by Government of India in most of the engineering colleges and the higher education. So point is, you keep on putting the effort. So I was talking the first teacher, why I do record your university very much. The first teacher of all of us is your mother, and that is a woman. All the incarnation of God, they have worship when anybody, that is the mother, Devi. So the woman is the great thing. You must respect this creation of the Almighty, because very interesting, one fellow asked, yes, we get summer vacations, we get Sunday off, in 5 days week also we get, but have you ever asked what your mother gets? She never gets a single off. The poor housewife lady, she is working in the house, and even if she's indoors, she's working in job, and then as a man-dominating fellow, you come and do the bosses. How far it is correct? You must respect this lady. So,
Professor Goswami sir, please, sorry for interruption. May I request you that kindly please be concentric and come on the point. Sustainability and the term sustainability and quality and higher education. We have three terms. One is sustainability, another is quality, and third is higher education. So we are interested to listen you on this three-dimensional topic. First dimension is sustainability, second dimension is quality, and third dimension is higher education. And your own self-decided dimension is the new normal. So please express your opinion on this topic, please. And so far the value-added courses are concerned, sir. Our university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, since its inception 2008, I request you that kindly visit to the website of the university. We have already our value-added courses, we have skill courses, we have core courses, and we have employability courses. So we have already working over that under the dynamic leadership of our visionary founder and advisor, Sir Dr. Pankaj Garg sir, who is the founder and the dynamic leader of this team. And I request you that kindly you should visit from the website of the university, and you should also give some suggestion that what further we should do. So please, I request you that kindly come on the three-dimensional aspect of the discussion, as I requested you.
Okay, no problem, Professor. Thank you very much. I have no doubt I'm very new to your university. I have not gone through your website, and I will definitely go it. And whatever best I could cooperate to you, I will definitely do that. I will talk later on about the education management systems and the higher education governance systems developed by me and published by me. So, and then we'll work together. Now, as a matter of fact, of my talk, the first portion I have already covered the quality of higher education. So I was not diverting from the topic, only my way of diction is a little different, which may not be a stereotype of things. But however, this was the quality of education, that you require the quality of education to improve your quality of environment at your home first. And because from there only the quality starts, and then you should make the value as value added education if you want to improve the quality of education. Now, this was in general, and the one more thing is left. The three things are required for the quality of education. One is your intellectual property, the other is a good infrastructure, and third is the good teaching methodology. You should talk in that language what your client understands. So is the main basic thing when you're imparting the education, you have to see the standard of the class, and you should adopt that strategy to make the student understand what you want to compare. Now I'm coming to the second aspect, that is your, which I have already made PowerPoint presentation, and I will share you. There's a certainty of quality of higher education COVID era. Now, if we take the COVID, now, well, I am very optimistic that it's not going to remain forever. And even it remains for next 2 years, 1 year, let we know all that it is not an infectious disease. So nothing to worry about that. Only if we take the precautions, if we, if we just follow our Vedic rituals, if you have seen, if you follow the Vedic rituals, means hygienic or cleanliness, and not only cleanliness, materialistic or physical, even the cleanliness in your mind. I mean, you should have get rid of these three A: anguish, anxiety, and anger. If these three things you can get a mental peace, do the meditation, do the yoga, other things, and you will be free of any neurological disorders, and you will be free of any COVID attack. Coming to the other thing, you see, what is COVID? They all have proved, and we have seen only three things. If we maintain, we can get rid of COVID. That means you clean your hands, put your mask, and keep the distance. And this is what our basic education was there all the time. So now in the present, a very good topic which you have chosen, but it comes in my mind that you cannot adopt a solo model to teach the education or impart the education during COVID era. So what came in my mind that I developed the hybrid models during the COVID as well as pan-endemic or after the COVID, what education, how to education to be imparted by during this COVID or what you call after the COVID. What it comes in mind that we have to develop a hybrid model. What is hybrid model? You see, again, you all know as an educationist, you cannot follow one model for each and every subject which you are teaching. There is a different way of teaching mathematics. There is a different way of teaching engineering. There is a different way of teaching sociology. So let's have broad category. Now I'm coming to the what models, what I think should be adopted. No doubt we cannot adopt that our classical model of classroom teaching fully. Similarly, now the earlier which was prevailing in the name of distant education, what we are doing now is your e-education or through the virtual education or through the internet or intranet, what you call, or the YouTube or the short film, other things. Solo, you cannot do that also, because whatever you do, the physical contact, as you know, it reminds me, a mediocre teacher tells you, a good teacher demonstrates you, and excellent teacher does the experiment with you, and the good teacher, the best teacher inspires you. So whatever you do without the eye-to-eye contact, and even the subjects which has got like engineering subject or the science subject or the medical teaching, you cannot do just by one single model of your thing. So what we have to do, we have to develop the hybrid model stream-wise. Engineering models will be different, science models will be different, education model will be different, law models will be different, history models will be different. Remember, the quality of higher education is not only teaching. You should impart such an education which can be applied and implemented. So as a vice chancellor, I have suggested, like medical colleges have got the internship. If you want to improve the quality of engineers, apart from that the training what they take 3 months after that in the third year or so, better would be you add the 6 months internship for the engineers also, if you want to produce a good quality of engineers like IIT and other things. Again, this 9 to 5 education does not work, or 10 to 5 education quality does not improve. You have to have a 24-hour interaction. You have to apply the Gurukul type of system where the students has got 24-hour interaction, availability of library, laboratory, labs, everything. Like IITs are the modern Gurukul or the other residential institutes, so that you can improve the quality of education. Why the quality of education of all these national important institutes are sustaining? Because they are residential mode. Even in IITs, if I belong to the same city, I have to live in the hostels. I cannot be a day scholar there. So this is one of the ways that we can sustain the quality of higher education. The example is of all these institutes for last 65 years or some 70 years, they are maintaining the sustenance of the quality of higher education. This is the main thing. You have to change this procedure. Now, another thing, while you are teaching, you see, what is COVID? You have to just keep the distance 2 meters. What stops you? You do the classroom teaching. Instead of having 40 students or 25 in one class, you take the classes in the open. Except rainy season, you can have in the classes of small clusters of 10 students or so, or the 15 students or so. Or even in the lab classes, experimental lab classes, you should do in the groups, small groups. You make it, keep a distance of about 6 feet, and have the mask on and do the experiment. What stops you? Nothing stops you. Again, most of the institutes are using the same. You have got to make it 2 shifts, 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock. The other shift from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock. So what happens? Suppose you have got in a class 20 students. Call 10 students in the morning shift, call 10 students in the 26. You have got more students. What stops you? Make 4 sections, open sitting in the nature, and that will be better. And you can conduct all the classes. Nothing stops you. I don't understand why the schools and other things have been closed. It's okay from the beginning of the COVID when it got. People did not. People have to do it. For 4 months is okay, 5 months is okay. But what is this sense? For 1 year, you are not opening the institute on this excuse? No, that's not correct. You are really ruining the career of the student. I am not against this e-learning. I am in the favor of e-learning. So please have a hybrid model, e-learning come your classroom learning, which then only you can teach engineering, medical. How until unless one does the operation or surgery, how can he become a surgeon? Can you can demonstrate on this e-learning. You can video conference with this. Everything can be imported. But remember, sir, this is a one-way traffic only. And the learning is not a one-way traffic. As a matter of fact, it is a two-way traffic. And if you ask what is the peer-to-peer system, first the student must have the will to learn. He must have the feeling to adopt this method of e-learning, whether he is ready. And as one of the speakers mentioned correctly, there are so many poor people, poor students who do not have the laptop, who may not having the internet access. So what happens to those? What will you do? So please, for heaven's sake, adopt the hybrid model, start having the classroom classes, laboratory experiment with the all precautions of the only 3 precautions. What is it? Just mask you have to put, you have to just maintain the distance, but that's all. And the cleanliness. Nothing stops you, stop the person. And similarly, at any place, in the cooking, in the hall, other thing, you can put the distances. Instead of sitting next to next chair, put 1 chair gap and do it. And again, if something requires some measure can be taken. To sir, for heaven's sake, please.
Yeah, Professor Goswami, sir, please conclude, because we have time limitations.
9 things I conclude. I am not doing now any PowerPoint presentation. I have already expressed, due to the paucity of time, I have already expressed that please adopt the hybrid model. nothing stops you. If the quality of education and sustenance have to be done, you have to adopt e-learning from your classroom learning. There is no other answer to this. And if you ignore one, you will be definitely not only compromising quality, even for the coming time, quality will not be sustained whatever you have developed today. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, giving this opportunity to me. I hope I could do some justice.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really, education is very much significant and bears undoubtedly so many dimensions that are a matter of evaluation in future for the researchers and for those who are the stakeholders. So we hope that we will be getting such type of your knowledge and others in future. And now again a thanks, a basket of thanks for this delivery. We are happy to announce that one of our Professor Emeritus, Professor S.N. Upadhyay sir, has joined us. And Professor Upadhyay, he has been director of IIT BHU, and he is known for his quality knowledge, for his quality research, his micro and macro level of understanding on higher education. He has been fellow of different world reputed organizations like National Academy of Science and others, and he has been fellow of different world level organizations. It will take more time. He will be elaborating in details about his biography. He has been a visitor of different parts of the world for the different purposes of academic and research. Now we are feeling proud to have our such Professor Emeritus with us at present. So Professor Upadhyay sir, I request you that kindly please express your opinion, your experiential integrated talk on, as we are terming this in the language of science and technology, as the three-dimensional point of discussion, that is sustainability, quality and higher education in new normal, how it should be ascertained in new normal. So please, Professor Upadhyay sir.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I would like to apologize for being late in joining because of some problem. These gadgets, the computer, the mobiles, the projectors are asset and also a curse. When they fail, one is at a loss to decide what to do. And therefore, someone has said that दर्द सिर के वास्ते चंदन लगाना है मुफीद पर उसको घिसना फिर लगाना ये भी दर्द सर ही तो है. So I was struggling with my computer system. I couldn't connect. I had to rush from my home to my department where the technicians gave me another computer and I could get connected with you. I'm thankful to all of you for inviting me to be a part of this seminar, which is on sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal after COVID. COVID has taught us many things. It has taught us making masks, sanitizers, gloves to wear, and many other things for hospitals. It has also taught us, or forced us, rather I cannot say taught us, forced us to use mobiles for imparting education even at the school level. And because of COVID and because of this mode of education, the kids are the most affected. They have lost the charm of and the fun of being in school, struggling with each other, snatching the tiffin box of the batchmates, testing what their mother has packed in their lunchbox and sharing his own or her own lunchbox with their friends. They play various types of activities which they enjoy in the field that they have lost. But it has also taught us something. We cannot, Professor Goswami was right that we have to use a hybrid model. We cannot depend entirely on mobile and digital mode of education because many things cannot be taught through digital mode. I'll not take the example from science and technology and medicine. I'll take example from music. Listening to the recital of sitar by Pandit Ravi Shankar any number of times, or listening and watching the playing of tabla by Zakir Hussain Khan will not make me a good sitarist or will not make me a good tabla player. Something else is required, which is not possible through digital mode of teaching. It is convenient mode of teaching for imparting something which takes too much time on the blackboard to write. But according to my opinion, my perception, the blackboard teaching will continue. And that is what Professor Goswami was emphasizing upon. It can never be done away with. Whatever mode we impart. For example, suppose somebody is teaching chemical engineering from MIT in a classroom, which students in my department are listening and watching. There is a question comes. In the classroom with a blackboard and chalk method of teaching, the student can stand up immediately ask. But by the time the question comes to his mind, he raises his hand or stands up, asks the question goes to MIT through net, and he gets the answer. Many seconds are very valuable time is lost, and in the meantime, professor must have also switched on to another slide. There is a problem in such subjects to digital mode, and therefore we have to be very careful using online teaching, digital mode of teaching in post-corona period. And sooner we do away with this, it is good for us. It has also added to the digital divide. Those who are having smartphones, those who are capable of having SIMs for and smartphone sets for each of their kids, they are able to impart digital education to their kids and their wards through digital mode. But those who are not capable of acquiring smartphones for each of their sons and daughters and separate SIMs for connecting to the net, they're at a loss. So digital divide has increased in the corona period, and that should be done away with. As soon we do away with that, it's good for the country. Otherwise, the digital divide, which is already there between the rural and the urban Indian mass, is going to widen, and we have to be very careful with harping too much about the digital mode of education and using the online method of imparting education, whether it is by Indian professor or by American professor. There are certain attributes which, whether it is pre-COVID period or COVID period or post-COVID period, those attributes of education teacher cannot be done away with this, by us. Corona has provided us opportunities, so we have learned how to use digital mode for imparting education, but it is just a tool. It cannot replace the teacher in flesh and blood, and that is what Professor Goswami was emphasizing upon. Eye-to-eye contact is very essential. आंखों ही आंखों में इशारा हो गया, बैठे बैठे जीने का सहारा हो गया, ये सिनेमा का गाना है. तो ये जब तक हमारी आंख बच्चे की आंख से नहीं मिलेगी, उसकी आंख टीचर की आंख से नहीं मिलेगी, तब तक ज्ञान का प्रवाह कैसे होगा हमारे मस्तिष्क से उसके मस्तिष्क में. Therefore, teacher cannot be done away with it. But teacher also has a role to play. And I'll come to those points in the emerging years. Teacher has to be more careful than what he or she has been pre-COVID period or during COVID period. The students are capable of accessing to knowledge through internet, through Wikipedia, to e-books which are already loaded on the internet, and on many occasions they may be acquiring incorrect knowledge. It's my own experience that on the internet, the lessons which we get are the information which we get. Some lessons and some information has been posted by an 8-year-old child, and it is about engineering subject. You can very well imagine what kind of knowledge that 8-year-old child must be having about engineering knowledge, which somebody has posted in his or her name on the internet. So it's very careful. One has to be very careful in looking into the e-books, because they are not correct one has to cross-check the information available on the net, and therefore books and the teachers are required, and they'll be required in coming years as well. Guru has, to our mythology and our ancestors, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Guru Brahma hai, Guru Vishnu hai, Guru Maheshwar hai, because of three reasons. As Brahma, Guru creates knowledge, and as Vishnu, that knowledge is propagated, expanded by the Guru. And if any incorrect knowledge comes to the mind of pupil, the student, the girl or boy, as Brahma, as Shiv or Maheshwar, he destroys that knowledge. So in that context, Guru is Brahma, Guru is Vishnu, Guru is Maheshwar, and this concept we must make clear to our students, and that is where culture is required. Knowledge of culture and our own religion to some extent is required. Otherwise, any amount of value education through English will not help a boy or a girl to become sensitive to environment, sensitive to his or her own country, city, family, etc. Because the knowledge of culture is required. Otherwise, it will be just a bookish knowledge written by somebody in English, and it will have no relation with what we practice, what our old culture is, and what we should do. Particularly more in the case of environmental issues, unless we know the culture fully. Why should we worship cow? Why should we worship revere and worship Ganga? Why should we worship a tree? All these are relative to environment and also to our religion. Therefore, religion and environment can go very well hand in hand. And many of our mythological stories which are there as a mythological story can be related directly to environment. The Samudra Manthan, churning of ocean. If you do anything massive of that scale and try to extract materials from earth, not Mahavish, but pollution will come out as Mahavish. And in Puranic era, it was assimilated by Lord Shiva, and he became Nilkant. In the modern era, the student, the engineer, the scientist, and all of us will have to become take the role of Lord Shiva and try to remove pollution, whether it is in air or water or land. And because Lord Shiva is now confined in a temple, the police guards are there. One cannot go inside in Banaras Shiva temple without searched by the police person passing through the metal detector. Shiva also cannot come out easily out of his abode to help us, because unless he comes out with Damru and the trident, he cannot help us. Therefore, there are constraints, and we need to teach we need to relate these old stories to for culture and religion in the modern context, and try to educate students to know both religion and science, and then which is how the two can be connected, and how best we can make them understand the environment and Indian ethos which our ancestors have been practicing, and we are still practicing in a slightly modified form. Another factor which we should bear in mind and keep in mind is that teacher has to be a student lifelong. Unless we prepare for 6 hours, 7 hours at home, we cannot deliver efficiently and effectively in classroom a subject which we are supposed to teach. Therefore, to be a good teacher, one has to be a student lifelong, and there, in order to support this, many of us feel that after having got PhD and having got MTech degree or MSc degree and becoming a lecturer in the department in a university like my university or your university with PhD degree, there is no need to look into the book. There is no need to do further study. But in order to support what I am trying to say, I would like to cite what Churchill said when the forces, American and British forces, landed on the land of France on the D-Day. The soldiers were very joyous. They were making fun, enjoying that they have landed and they have defeated German forces, and they have landed on France. And so very soon they will be close to Germany, and they will conquer Germany. Churchill said that, gentlemen, this is not the end. This is not even the end, beginning of the end. This is just the end of the beginning. So if you go out of a university with a degree, with PhD degree or MTech degree, that should not be the end of our education. It should be taken as the beginning of education. And unless we try to read, unless we try to acquire new knowledge, unless we try to refresh ourselves, we cannot teach our students effectively. And in order to support this statement of mine, I would like to recite what our ancestors have said. Adhyapanam Brahma Yagya Pitri Yagya tu Tarpanam Homo Devo Balir Bhuto Nre Yagyo Atit Pujanam. We all participate in 5 different types of Mahayag. Adhyapan is one of them. Pitri Yagya, Tarpan or Havan, the Pinddan is another Yag. Havan is third Yag, in which we offer something in the Havan Kund to gods. We also please evil spirits by sacrificing something. Earlier it was animal, now it is a make-believe animal, maybe fruit or something similar, made of something eatable which the animals can eat. And 5th Mahayag is we offer food to a guest which has arrived in our house. The 4 other Mahayagya, besides teaching, nothing still is offered. We cannot offer same Havan Samagri again in the Havan Kund. We cannot offer same pind to our ancestor second time. We cannot sacrifice the same animal as make-believe animal third time. Second time, we cannot offer stale food to the guest who has arrived to our house or to our place. Every time we have to offer a new thing. So therefore, as a teacher, the recipients of our samagri, teaching material are students, and we have to get ready for offering them something new, and that requires preparation at home, requires reading, and sufficient reading. According to my experience, for a good 1.5 hours of lecture or 1 hour of lecture with blackboard and chalk, about 3 to 4 hours to 6 hours of reading is required at home, and then only one can teach the subject effectively. Another requirement which is there for the university teachers is they are also supposed they are not only there to impart knowledge from a book to student. They are also supposed to generate knowledge, and that knowledge generation is a must for any any faculty of a higher learning institution like your university, my university. And for that, we are supposed to do research, and for the research again we need to do study. We need to go through the literature. We need to go through the deficiencies, shortcomings in the literature, come out with how those shortcomings can be removed, and whether after removing whatever new result we are going to get, is that going to be useful for the country or society, or not going to be useful, or it's just only for pleasure's sake, like Swanta Sukhaya Tulasi Raghunatha Gatha. So research in a university or knowledge generation in university is no longer Swanta Sukha. It is for the benefit of everyone, for the benefit of society, for the benefit of country, and therefore it has to be done very judiciously and very cautiously, and that requires a lot of preparation. Another concept which we forget quite often while doing research is that अकेला चना भाड़ नहीं फोड़ सकता है. जब ढेर सारे चने भाड़ के अंदर फटते हैं एक साथ गर्म होने पर, तभी भाड़ फटता है. If we feel that I know everything, all subjects I know and I can do research, that is not possible anymore. The subject domains have expanded, they have permeated into each other, and therefore help and support from the experts of other disciplines are also required. So it has to be a cooperative business. Then only one can do good research which has some value, usefulness, which is useful to the society. Otherwise, it will be just lying in the form of a research paper or a book published in some journal, and it will have no societal value. So that kind of research is no longer required in 21st century, particularly for our country and higher education. The people working in higher education, people receiving in higher education in higher educational institutions, is their bounden duty to go for cooperative research, take the help of, because one cannot know everything. The knowledge is so growing so fast that it's impossible for anybody to know everything and every aspect of any subject, and therefore help from others colleagues is required, other experts is required. I'll cite only one example. I worked early a few years ago, up to 1990, in the area known as fluidization engineering. It has application from petroleum cracking to food processing and so on. In 1 year, the literature which was being published in this subject at that time was so enormous that one could be able to read it in 20 years. So if this is the rate at which knowledge is expanding in other fields also, it must be the same rate. One cannot think to know everything, and therefore help from other colleagues or experts is required, and therefore there is emphasis these days on translational research, cooperative research, and collaboration has become essential. So in 21st century, to be at the cutting edge, to be in the leader in the series of leading institutions, one has to emphasize on the cooperative research, interdisciplinary research, then only one can survive. As a teacher, we also have to remember that every student has some attribute, some capability. It's not that they are dumb. He may be good in singing, may be good in painting, and that is why we have to be very careful in encouraging the student to excel in the area of his or her interest. Amantram aksharam nasti nasti moolam anaushadhim ayogya puruso nasti yojakas tatra durlabha. There is no letter which is devoid of power of mantra. There is no plant or herb which is devoid of power of medicine. There is no person on the earth which is devoid of any attribute or capability. What is rare and devoid is the person who can spot that talent and encourage the person or the student to go in that direction and bloom in that direction. So we, as a teacher, we need to be that kind of person who can spot the brilliance in the student and encourage him or her to excel in that particular area. I'll have collected some citations which will encourage us to be a good teacher. There is a statement by Tramford, an American educationist: the best teachers are those who show you where to look but do not tell you what to see. So spoon feeding is not desirable. One has to encourage the student to look for his or her own and try to learn. And wherever he or she feels difficulty, as a teacher, we are supposed to explain and remove that difficulty. Then, I don't know, it may not be possible for me to show you the slide, but it's very interesting slide. 22 slides are there. I will pass on to Dr. Lal, with whom
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
You can show to your students. It's just 2 slides showing the story of a young girl who was watching baby butterfly coming out of cocoon. The baby butterfly was struggling to come out of cocoon through a hole which she made. And the girl thought that she should help the butterfly to come out, and she punctured that hole, and the cocoon became into 2 parts. The butterfly came out but couldn't fly. When the baby butterfly struggled to come out of cocoon through a small hole, the blood circulation, the fluid circulation in the body improves, and they get their wings get strength, and because of that they are able to fly. So butterfly could not fly, and the girl became very sad. Next time she again saw the same thing happening. This time she did not help the butterfly by puncturing the cocoon or by breaking it into 2 parts. She just started encouraging her. Baka, very good, do it, you can do it. And finally the baby butterfly came out, flew and sat on her shoulder and said, "Thank you very much. I became a butterfly only because of you." So we teachers have to be like that girl and try to encourage our students to do good, to excel in their field, and that is, and we will have to remind them that you know already this. So our role, what our ancestors have already said, is that smare tu na to शिक्षेत. केवल स्मरण दिलाना है, शिक्षा नहीं देना है. जैसे ही हम शिक्षा देने की बात सोचने लगेंगे, हमारे विद्यार्थी हमसे ज्यादा जानकार हैं नेट के माध्यम से, कंप्यूटर के माध्यम से, मोबाइल के माध्यम से, तो वो समझेंगे कि अरे ये तो वही बात बता रहा है जो किताब में लिखा है, विकिपीडिया में लिखा है या गूगल में दिया हुआ है. So therefore, we need to be very careful and try to encourage them to know from themselves, and if there is any doubt, we need to remove that doubt through our knowledge. And teacher has to be fearless. सचिव वैद गुर तीन जो प्रिय बोलई भयास, राज धर्म तन तीन कर होई बेगई नाश. If the secretary, the physician, and the guru, they fail to offer the correct advice to king, to the patient, and to the shishya, then be sure that the dharma, not dharma means religion and puja part, the duty and the body and the nation are the raj, all three will go. So therefore, teacher has to be fearless. मंत्री बन जाए, मिनिस्टर में किसी कमेटी के मेंबर बन जाएंगे, चेयरमैन बन जाएंगे, अगर ये सोच के सही सलाह नहीं देंगे, या डीन बन जाएंगे, प्रिंसिपल बन जाएंगे, डायरेक्टर बन जाएंगे, then we are not doing the job of a good teacher. So we need to be fearless, and that is more required in 21st century than it was earlier. It was earlier also needed, but it's more required in the coming decades. There will be people who may be objecting and criticizing whatever I have said and whatever Dr. Goswami has said, but we should not be afraid. As a good teacher, we should not be afraid of such criticisms. There is only one way to avoid criticism: do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing. This is what Aristotle said. So if you want to be like that, then there is nothing to do. But if you want to improve something, if you want to change something in the society, we have to be advising, giving correct advice, caring little about what others are thinking about us. But the problem is that in the society, there are three types of people. Some are easy to please, some are very difficult to please, and some can never be pleased. Agya sukhamarade suktana maradete vishesagya jnana lav durbighnam naro brahma tu ranjetu prasakya. Those who are knowledgeable, they can be easily pleased. Those who are ignorant, they can also be pleased. But those who are less knowledgeable, but they boast that they are highly knowledgeable, they can never be pleased. Even Brahma cannot please them. So there, in the real world, there are such people are more in number than ignorant and more knowledgeable people. So we have to take care of, we have to differentiate between such people. Coming to students, I would like to offer some suggestions to students also in 21st century and post-COVID era. We seniors, I also count in that, and you, Dr. Lal, and your Vice Chancellor and your management also comes under this. We spend too much time, this is a statement from somebody, I don't remember the name, we spend too much time in preparing path for youth, but too little time in preparing them for that path. बहुत सारे साधन जुटाते हैं, हॉस्टल, लैब, प्रयोगशाला, एयर कंडीशनड हॉल, but we never encourage the students to follow that path. So this is what is required, which is lacking, and in 21st century after COVID, this should be the major objective of all of us who are engaged in the field of education. Now, another knowledge or information to students. Every college, school, or university has Saraswati as the goddess of learning. But we never tell them that why Saraswati. Saraswati with having a white dress, sitting on white lotus, and in front of her there is a swan swimming in the water, and she has veena in her hands. And then the whole picture is enclosed within Om. The white cloth and swan signifies that the students and the teacher of a university or teaching institution should be of good character. White dhaval charitra ke hone chahiye, white character. The presence of swan signifies that the student and in particular should be capable of differentiating between what is is used for creating rag and raginis, we should spread all over the world. And that is what that Veena in the hands of Saraswati signifies. And encasing between Om, it symbolizes that the knowledge which are the rag ragini, which Saraswati creates, is getting spread over the entire world. Similarly, the knowledge which the university teacher and the students will create should spread all over the world. That is why these most institutions, Indian institutions, choose Saraswati as one of the emblems, and various occasions we worship her idol. Now, some students, particularly when they go to the for placement, for a job, all kinds of advices are offered. So 1 or 2 points more I will take for giving quotations from somebody else's statements. Edwin C. Bliss is an academician from USA, management guru more. He says that success doesn't merely mean not being unsuccessful, but it means achieving one's goal. It means winning the whole war rather than winning smaller skirmishes. So if your goal is to be successful in life, after going out of the college and school, whether it is pre-corona or post-corona, it doesn't matter. Requirement is the same. You have to be careful for winning the final goal or final war rather than smaller successes and skirmishes, as this statement says. Patience is required. There is no hurry or no panacea which will make you successful. Patience, persistence, and perspiration make an unbeatable combination for success. This is said by Napoleon Hill, and his statement I am quoting for the benefit of students. So patience has to be there, perspiration has to be there, and then only you can get your goal and we can be successful. But what is the problem? We do not work for that because we are afraid of doing hard work. And for that, our ancestors have said that prarabhyate nakhalu vigna bhayan nichai prarabhya vigna bhita viramanti madhya vignai punah punarapi pratyahanyamana prarabhyate chottam jana na partyajyanti. There are 3 kinds of people in this world. Those who cannot do anything. They feel that if I do this, this obstacle will come. If I do this, this obstacle will come. So they don't do anything. The second, these people are known as low category people. Aradham koti ke purush kehlate hain. Manush kehlate hain. Then there is second category of person who start doing something, but if there is any obstacle, they stop doing that and start doing something else. These people also cannot succeed, and they are known as middle level people or madhyam koti ke vyakti. What our country needs is the people who are uttam kot people, who whatever they start doing, they try to finish it and reach to the goal, and for our benefit of society, for benefit of the country, for benefit of the world. We need that kind of person who are in the uttam kot category, highest category, and they whatever they start doing, they take it up to the goal and do something which will be useful for the society and for the country and the human community. So that kind of teachers, that kind of person we require, and it should be the bounden duty of any academic institution to turn out students from their portals with that kind of attitude. Then only the country can progress and something good for the humanity can come out. 2 more points. I do not know whether the students to your university have come on their own or forced by their parents or because their courses were available and attractive. But for them, I have 3 suggestions. Don't complain. If you are feeling that you should have gone to IIT or NIT Jaipur or IIT Delhi, that is no longer possible because you have joined Jayoti Mahila Vidyapeeth. So don't complain. नफरत हुई उन्हें सारे जहां से, आखिर हम नई दुनिया लाएं तो लाएं कहां से। जब आपने जयपुर के ज्योति विद्यापीठ में दाखिला ले लिया है तो वो तो बदलने से रही, उसको आप बढ़िया बनाने की कोशिश करिए। उस पे ग्रज करने से तो कुछ फायदा नहीं होगा, नथिंग विल हैपन। goal is more important than the means. Quite often we complain that हमारे lab में ये instrument नहीं है, ये facility नहीं है, अगर होता तो बहुत अच्छा करते. If our aim is to have realized darshan of Ram, it is immaterial whether the idol is made of clay or idol is made of gold. राम नाम एक अंक है, सब साधन है सून, अंक लगे सब सून है, अंक हटे सब सून है, अंक लगे 10 गुण. 1 and 0, if you write, if 1 is taken out from 10, 0 has no value. But if you put 1 before 0, it becomes 10. So that is what this statement, this verse says. Then another problem is students often feel, and others also feel, that what to do. ये समस्या है, तो how to do away with this? तो कहीं तो बिस्मिल्लाह करना होगा. अंधकार से क्यों घबराएं, नन्हा सा एक दीप जलाएं. If there is some problem in Jyoti Vidyapeeth or somewhere in Jaipur, somebody has to take initiative and try to do something to do away with that problem. And therefore, you have to be very careful. You have to take initiative, and without fearing of the darkness which is around or whatever problem you are facing. So, and finally, I'll end that it's a long verse. I will not recite the entire one. It's a poem by, you can get from the net and from other books also. The heading is लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती. So last 4 lines are, असफलता एक चुनौती है स्वीकार करो, क्या कमी रह गई देखो और सुधार करो, जब तक न सफल हो नींद चैन की त्यागो तुम, संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़ मत भागो तुम, कुछ पिए बिना ही यूं ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती. So young friends, try and try again. There are many other stories. It's not the occasion to tell me those stories. You can get inspiration from the history of life's history of Abraham Lincoln. How many times he got defeated and finally became the president of USA. You can take inspiration from many other celebrities who failed and ultimately they succeeded. So such stories, case stories are also available, and I'll be forwarding a small 2 minutes video to Dr. Lal for showing to you, which says that the message of that is that every student should also be encouraged to do something out of box. What is written in the book, what is told by the instructor, what is taught by the teacher, beyond that also something good can be done. So that video shows that new management graduate coming soon, who has come out of a management college, is just moving around in search of a job. He finds that a beggar is sitting in front of a temple. Next day, he goes there with a bunch of flowers, spreads his handkerchief, spreads the flowers, buds of flowers on that handkerchief before that beggar, and picks up one of the buds, pays 10 rupee note to that beggar, and
Sir, may I request for conclusion, please?
This is the last one, Dr. Lal. Don't worry. Problem is that you have brought a wrong person at the end. I have been teaching for the past 50 years. And so the starting time when I became a lecturer, the teaching hours were 90 minutes. So I'm used to that. My father has been a teacher. My brother has been a teacher. My 3 daughters and the cousins are teachers. So I'm being from a family of teachers, I am addicted to speaking. So you should forget me last slide, which I'm not showing you. You have to show to the students. So that management student offers the flower buds, picks one, pays 10 rupees to that beggar. The person who was following him, he sees that, and he thinks that this beggar is selling flowers. He also picks up one bud, pays 10 rupees, and goes inside the temple. After a few days, the management student saw that the beggar is no longer begging. She has started a flower shop in front of temple and selling flowers to whosoever is coming to the temple for darshan. So this kind of practice, this kind of attitude, we need to encourage. And the last is example of a question. The student has gone inside the interview chamber. The chairman is sitting, other members are sitting. The chairman suddenly asks that choice is yours. Should I ask one difficult question or 10 simple questions? The boy thought for a minute and thought that out of 10 simple questions, I do not know how many will be difficult and how many will be simple. I may not be able to answer all. So he said that, sir, you can ask only one difficult question. The chairman asked that, what comes first, the day or the night? The boy said, sir, night. Then the chairman asked, how? The boy said, sir, you cannot ask second difficult question. You have promised not to ask second difficult question, and he was selected. So this kind of attitude, thinking something out of box, we need to inculcate in the students in 21st century. It is more important. The competition is increasing. So with these words, I thank Dr. Lal, the other administrators of the university for inviting me to be a part of this webinar. Seminar has become a webinar, but it is good also. Otherwise, Dr. Lal would have invited me to come to Jaipur, paid airfare or train fare, arrange a vehicle at the station, guest house room in the guest house, then lunch and dinner and all kinds of extravaganza and maybe flowers at the bouquet at the time of reception. So all those are spared up, and we should be thankful to Corona for that. Corona has taught us many things and also saved us from all kinds of botherations. And one is in organizing such seminars. So thank you, Dr. Lal, and thanks to your Vice Chancellor, your head of the department, and students who are assembled here to listen to me. Unfortunately, there is no time for interaction, but there will be some other occasion for me to interact with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you a lot for your nice words and interaction with the participants. And we assure you that your bouquet and all the things are waiting for you during your arrival to the global campus of the university. And sir, feel proud to be Emeritus Professor of this university, because you are in the India's first state private women's university that is known for its quality education and research. And here is a JV mantra, and the JV mantra is clean, green and happiness. Our students are always happy. This women's university is a residential women's university, and till today we have more than 30,000 enrollments, 132 programs, 1721 research papers we have published in different quality journals. We have 280 plus research projects we have submitted to the different organizations, including state government and central government agencies for project funding. Also, so far the practical exposure of the students of Jayoti Vidyapeeth is concerned under the dynamic leadership of our university, Sir Dr. Pankaj Garg, who is the founder, chairman, advisor of the university. We have 19 university startups, and as per the skill, as per the will, and as per the, you can say, practical gaining willingness of the students, different students are working in these different startups. And till today, we have 40 plus patents that have been published. So this Meru, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, is continuously working. And so far the problem of the student is concerned. There was a song, since you have expressed your presentation in a very satirical mode. So I recall a song of Three Idiots. कि प्रॉब्लम ही प्रॉब्लम है, सॉल्यूशन का पता नहीं, और सॉल्यूशन जब मिला तो प्रॉब्लम क्या था पता नहीं. So nobody can say that there is problem and there is no problem. Life is full with problem, and those are intelligent who learn how to survive in between problems. That starts from our home to the industry, to the organization, to the admin, and to each and every aspect of life. So thank you very much. And one thing that is very much important in your lecture is that we have correlated our ancient literature, our enrichment, that how India had been Vishwa Guru, world leader in the knowledge that starts from Nalanda University and others. And one thing I would like to add, Professor Upadhyaya sir, with you, that in our university, it is mandatory part for all the scholars, for all the faculty members, that if they are writing any research paper, they have to firstly write topic of the research paper, then they have to write idea originator's name, that may be the beggar, that may be the servant, that may be the gardener of the person concerned, name of the idea originator. Then they have to correlate their concept with the ancient Indian literature. Even this is mandatory in each and every thesis of PhD and PDF of the students of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. For the students of JRF and SRF of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, unless and until they are not inculcating their concept with the ancient Indian literature, then the concerned supervisor and the concerned faculty member, concerned professor is not going to approve the work, as well as our committee is not going to recommend any publication rather than that necessary requirement. So we are working over that how to enrich our ancient Indian literature, how to honor our ancient Indian literature, and we are thankful that we have cited so many poems, so many rhymes, so many sloka that has been taken from different parts of the our grantha, like Veda, Upanishad. I am giving a very practical and significant example that is correlating to the concept of Upadhyaya sir. There is a principle of conservation of energy that says that energy may neither be produced nor may be destroyed, it may just converted from one part to another part. ऊर्जा न तो उत्पन्न की जा सकती है, न तो इसका नाश किया जा सकता है, इसको एक रूप से दूसरे रूप में रूपांतरित किया जा सकता है. And the same thing is written in our Bhagavad Gita, in which Arjun is saying, Vasansi jinani yatha vihaya, namani grihanti, and so on. As you know, कि जिस तरह से मनुष्य पुराने कपड़ों को बदल के नए कपड़ों को पहन लेता है, उसी तरह से आत्मा एक शरीर से निकल के दूसरे शरीर में चली जाती है. आत्मा न तो मरती है, न तो उसका जन्म होता है. This is the concept of principle of conservation of energy. Our students and our faculty members are correlating that very our concept of our Veda, our Upanishad, our Panchtantra, and other published items, even the stories of Dadi and Nani, as you have cited here. We are much thankful, Upadhyaya sir, for your kind delivery, and we hope that in future we are going to learn a lot from your experience. And we are waiting for the day when you are visiting to the campus very soon, and we are ready to welcome you at our gate number 1.
One more thing which I would like to add, Professor Lal. As Professor Lal told about the patenting, the university has published 40 plus patents, and recently the university has been awarded and granted one patent. The first patent has been registered in the name of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. So that was my one more submission to the long list of achievement. Next, over to you, Professor Lal.
Raghav and Dr. Lal, may I take one more minute?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir, you can.
Dr. Lal has been trying to put me in contact with your students and faculty since now. On 22nd of this month, he organized a webinar. Unfortunately, I was 19. Unfortunately, I was in midst of a seminar and the sad happening that happened. The founder of that academy, for which I was organizing seminar, expired the few days earlier, and 19th, a condolence was planned in his, and a session was planned in his honor. So I had to beg excuse, Dr. Lal. Another I made Dr. Lal, is that this is an occasion for me to get connected with the faculty, students, and management of your college. English is a funny language. As the Amitabh Bachchan says in one of his films, English is a funny language. So I would have preferred, not on this occasion, but maybe another occasion, to speak something in Hindi. Not
Yeah,
entirely,
definitely, sir.
Yes, absolutely. We will definitely provide you chance in the next webinar, so then you come here face to face to speak in Hindi and express your views openly. Because as Professor Lal told, and our philosophy also, we are Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. Whatever research we are doing, that is deal with ancient Indian literature. So we are also used to, going through those Upanishads and going through those Granths and Pandulipis and to correlate. So yes, that will not be a problem. We will definitely get it in future.
Now I request everyone that please allow me to request on another
Yes, absolutely.
emeritus, and he is associated from Supreme Court of India, and he is waiting for his speech. So now I'm going to introduce firstly our Professor Emeritus, Professor Dr. Ramesh Gautam. He is senior advocate of Supreme Court of India for the last more than 35 years. He completed PhD in law and has also been awarded Honoris Causa by 5 prestigious universities. So without giving more, you can say, description of Professor Ramesh Gautam, I request you that kindly please come on the topic and let us start delivery on the topic that has been a part of our discussion today. So Professor Ramesh Gautam, please.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. I am audible?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. This pandemic time, we all have suffered a lot. We all have seen a very bad kind of time. But in this bad time also, since we all are innovative, we have invented something. If we can't have physical classes in the colleges, if we can't have physical hearing in the courts, we have found out a way. We have found out a way that it can be virtual. It can be online classes. It can be virtual hearing. This is really a very bad time, but in this bad time also, if we look at the good aspect of it, we have not suffered on account of education, on account of justice, on account of any other thing. We have not suffered because we have found out a way to deal with the things. Maybe this is not very effective, and if you ask my opinion, online classes or virtual hearing by courts in our cases, I am not very happy with that. But there is no alternative. There was no choice. The limited option was that we have to go to the virtual hearing, we have to go to the online classes. This was the only choice left to us.
Hello.
If we talk about the current topic, all sectors worldwide, including education, have been affected by the impact of COVID-19. As we approach the new normal post of COVID-19, there is a need to consider education anew in the light of the emerging opportunities and challenges. For the last decade, higher education has faced considerable headwinds. COVID has affected it more and has created severe short-term financial and operational challenges, as I just now discussed in the beginning, for higher education institutions, and accelerated impact of external demographic, financial, technological, and political trends on the higher education sector. Higher education leaders remain steadfast in their commitment to their organization, core mission, even in the face of these severe challenges. However, there is a time for higher educational institutions to reconsider their value propositions and operating models if they are committed to successfully and sustainability delivering their mission in the years to come. In these uncertain times, discerning what is next for the higher education sector will likely to require calculated speculation and some risk taking. The implications of the continuing crisis to the four elements of curriculum: goal, content, approach, and evaluation need to be addressed. COVID-19 was first experienced in Wuhan, China in late December 2019. At a highlight of COVID-19 timeline shows that January 13, 2020, the first coronavirus infection outside China was reported. February 2, 2020, the first coronavirus mortality outside China was recorded. March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization announced the outbreak of pandemic spreading to different countries. April 10, 2020, the global death toll surpassed 100,000. May 11, 2020, countries like Spain, New Zealand, Thailand, Iran began to see their quarantine restrictions, and after a decrease. Furthermore, many educational systems are contemplating responsive approaches to implement the curriculum. Most of them are looking into the role of technology. During an area of social distancing practice demonstrating a major new normal behavior, many schools are headed towards complete online modality or blended learning modality in instructions. The complete online modality of the institution approach during the post-COVID-19 era can be feasible. For example, in China, there was a first epicenter of the virus. More than 180 million children were ordered to remain at home. But while schools were closed for quarantine, education had to continue, but this time in an altered modality. This was implemented online through a variety of online courses and electronic textbooks. This sort of blended education is slowly becoming the normal. We have to adopt this new system of education because at present there is no choice. Although my childhood dreams were two. One was to become a teacher and another was to become a lawyer. I have become both. But I have a feeling that while we teach or while we argue in the courts, the impact of the eye contact, which Professor Upadhyay also mentioned, that the impact of that eye contact is more important. If there is no eye contact, there is no impact. It can be between the teacher and student, it can be between the judges and lawyer, it can be between the trader and customers. The importance of eye contact is something which leaves an impact on you. So therefore, nothing can substitute the physical teaching, going to colleges, attending the classes, attending the court. But in the present scenario, since we do not have any choice, therefore, we have to follow the norms of social distancing. We have to follow the norms of virtual hearing. We have to follow the norms of online classes. So there is no choice now. I hope and pray that the choice comes and we resume to the normal. Because if this online or virtual classes or virtual hearing is there, we would have adopted it several years back. Since it was not practical, therefore, in the present scenario, we have no choice but to resort to this only. This is all my views are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Umesh Gautamji. Thank you for your comment on the blended learning, that how important is the learning process, because you know that our Faculty of Education and Methodology of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is very rigorously working over the research on the methodology of teaching, and it has been our finding, it has been the finding and the outcomes of the study, that how the practical aspect of learning may be accelerated, and how important is the face-to-face classroom teaching, but the sustainability, the effect of COVID-19 has given also so many opportunities for the universities that is gone digitally across the globe as a Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. We should visit digital version 2.0 of Vidyapeeth Women's University, where you can find a number of videos, reports, and study material. That is an example for all. Even I can say openly that even so many central and state universities who are having a lot of government funding, their students and teachers are using our study materials and our videos for their study. And it is a very, very glorious part of our belief that we are able, and we have been opportunity. COVID has given an opportunity to give a lot to the nation and to the academia. So thank you, Professor Dr. Ramesh, for your kind delivery. Now I request Professor Ashish Datta sir, if you are audible, please. Professor Ashish Datta sir.
Yes, sir. I'm audible. I'm audible. Yeah.
Oh, sorry for.
Yeah. I've opened my camera. Is it okay, sir?
Yeah, and actually, I have missed the sequence because I was under the impression that you are not present here. So now I request you.
I'm listening to the webinar this morning.
Learned expert in the field of homeopath, and he has been, you can say, part and parcel of Central Council of Homeopathy, and he is very bigger knowledge that correlates with the concept of education to the society, and significant the different dimensional activity that leads to the convergent development of the country, development of the nation. Also, that should be need of the hour. That is the part of discussion for today as we have taken. So, sir, please, you express your opinion in this panel discussion. And I hope that you will be sharing your experiential integrated talk on the topic sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post COVID-19. So over to Dr. Ashish Datta sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Since morning, I am listening the webinar sincerely, and I've gathered knowledge also from different speakers. Somebody has given stress on the methodology of teaching. Somebody has given stress on the technology of the teaching. Somebody has given stress more on the teaching philosophy. But I will restrict myself, particularly sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post-COVID-19. First of all, I extend my sincere thanks to the authorities of Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Advisor Dr. Pankaj Gargji, Chairperson Honorable Professor Vidushi Gargji, for organizing today's webinar, for which we are waiting, which is the need of the day. I am grateful to the authorities of the university for giving me a chance, an opportunity to talk on such topic. To talk on such important topic, it is necessary to point out the situation briefly, the pre-stage of new normal also. Time allotted as per the notification to me is 10 minutes. I will keep it in mind. and try to restrict myself particularly on the topic. Education is the first mission of the institutions, which has been greatly affected by the sudden lockdown, urging institutions to develop to online formats and methods rapidly. Some institutions using virtual tools since long, but others have been operating in emergency remote teaching mode to minimize disruptions rather than fully embracing online education, and it quickly became the daily way of running business. It is important to explore how online teaching and blended learning will evolve in the months and years ahead to ensure that a high quality is maintained. Online teaching has also challenged the evaluation of the students and how to conduct examination. Teaching staff needs to find a balance in keeping students engaged and having an overview on their questions and problems without overloading them with online activities. So, re-designing the classes in digital formats, requiring teaching staff to be trained in new methodologies, in communication tools, video tools, etc. Lack of systemic approach and coordination among all academics is sometimes an issue. The problem of physical attendance remains for some disciplines where regular physical presence is required, like in medical, veterinary, paramedical, nursing, etc., who can't follow classes online always. Quality is never an accident. It always the result of an intelligent approach. Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, being close to the students and its constant support, is recognized as a crucial element for getting them thorough in this area.
ये जब आता है, ये ऐसा नहीं, अभी इनके जो कॉल आया ये ऐसा नहीं आया था.
Yeah, please stay on mute, everyone. Please stay on mute. Please, Ashish Datta sir, please you continue.
It is noticeable that the strongest focus of this Vidyapeeth is on enhanced communication and mentoring from the teachers by using new platform and adequate follow-up with the students.
ये जो आया था.
This stage of new normal in education from end of 2020 and possibly till mid 2021, the classes will be online as well as to a reduced
Goswami sir, please mute yourself.
With some measures.
Goswami sir, please mute yourself. Sir, please.
Just
Sir, in pre-stage of new normal in education from end of 2020 and possibly till mid 2021, the classes will be online as well as to a reduced physical format with some measures like distancing and protective equipments. But some students will also be allowed online only for some time, who are unable to attend physically because of the local travel restriction due to the new small outbreaks, or students pertaining to high-risk group, or in those cases where the classroom capacity doesn't allow to accommodate all the students safely, maintaining distancing. In pre-stage of the new normal education, a variety of new methods of teaching will continue to appear. However, the focus will remain on face-to-face education. The experiences gathered through the lockdown will influence towards the adoption of new teaching method and technological tools. Online assessment will be developed in some cases, but examination will be done physically, as already been adopted by some of the universities and CBSE in India, with a possibility to be done online only for the exceptional cases. Now, considering the new normal stage for longer, in India, autumn has already been crossed and winter entered. We'll have to live with the spectrum of COVID-19 because of the present wave of infection. Even when eventually a vaccine will be found, the risk of new outbreak will regularly be around us. So the temporary structure of pre-stage of new normal will be there to stay for longer than originally expected. Universities will enroll students who are likely to have study in hybrid or blended way for the next academic year, and all academic activities will be adopted accordingly. The infrastructure for online teaching and learning, which are initially set up in the emergency mode, will be refined overall, and virtual way of working will be strengthened. New method of teaching and evaluation and assessment by virtual means will increase and improve. Educational program will be adopted to include suitable digital contents with greater use of open educational resources. The training and professional development for the educator on digital education will be provided, following a more strategic approach to ensure the quality of the programs. Assessment will be done regularly throughout the semester by means of new digital technologies and will not solely dependent on final or semester examinations. Assessment mechanism and tools will reflect with this new normal. Some disciplines might see an increase in demand, especially related to biology, genetics, epidemiology, etc., whereas linked to the lower employment prospect might be a decrease. Let us consider a renewed outlook for the universities. Universities or institutions will have to opt harmonized, permanent, and reliable infrastructure and strategies for blended learning. A majority of the education activity will continue to take place online through face-to-face interaction on campus between the students and educators. But an online component offering flexibility to the learners will be the new normal to implement actively to knowledge learned. Teaching staff and students will be of standard skill and become confident user of the new tools, platforms, and methods used in blended teaching. The overall educational offer will be perfect blend, formal, informal, physical, and virtual. And lastly, our universities and policy makers has a wider role in designing the academic curricula. Only if they rethink what is our mission, how we cooperated, how we collaborated, what we value as equality of the quality, and how we worked. However, a wider recognition of activities done in the different institutions will need to be enhanced. Thank you very much. I have just completed the point.
Thank you, Professor Datta sir. Thank you very much for your nice delivery. And we feel that this assessment and this explanation is going to be proved a milestone for all the researchers who are busy to do their research on the topic sustainability of quality in higher education and in new normal means post COVID-19. What parameters should be decided to maintain the sustainability, and the matter you have taken for the consideration for them is really need of the hour. Thank you lots for your delivery. And now I request our next Professor Emeritus, and he is Professor S.S. Sarmaji. Sir, are you getting me?
Yes, I am present.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Please start your presentation. I welcome on behalf of the whole fraternity of the university, and Professor Raghav sir is the pro-president of the university. So please start your presentation.
यत् प्रभापटलोद भासी भासते अद्यापि भारतम आयुर्वेदात्मकम ज्योति शाश्वतम न प्रकाशताम। आयुर्वेद के बारे में मैं आयुर्वेद का एक छात्र हूँ और जो अभी तक भी पढ़ता हूँ। प्रोफेसर से रिटायर हुआ हूँ नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा से। हिता हितम सुखम दुखम आयुष तस्य हिता हितम मानम च तच्च यत्रोक्तम आयुर्वेद से उच्यते। आयुर्वेद किसको कहते हैं? जिसमें हित आयु अहित आयु सुख आयु दुख आयु जीने की कला जो सिखाता है उसको कहते हैं आयुर्वेद। हम स्वस्थ कैसे रहें, प्राइमरी हेल्थ के जरिए कैसे स्वस्थ रह सकते हैं, नियमों का पालन करते हुए कैसे अपना जीवन यापन करते हैं। आयुर्वेद की परिभाषा है कि स्वस्थस्य स्वास्थ्य रक्षणम आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमनम च। जो स्वस्थ व्यक्ति है वो स्वस्थ कैसे रहे, प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर, और अगर ये रोगी हो जाए तो उसका इलाज क्या करे। ये दोनों सिद्धांत जो है वो आयुर्वेद की चिकित्सा के अंतर्गत कहे गए हैं। अब कोरोना इस समय जो देश के अंदर आया हुआ है, देश में क्या पूरे संसार में फैला हुआ है, जिसके कारण से सारी संस्थाएं बंद हो गई हैं और ऑनलाइन जो पढ़ाई का क्रम जो चल रहा है उसके बारे में आज कुछ लेक्चर्स के आपको बताने का है। कोरोना एक जो है महाव्याधि है। पुराने जमाने में जनपदोध्वंस नाम से एक व्याधि होती थी। व्याधि क्या? जनपदोध्वंस उसको कहते हैं जहां जनपद जो आदमी रहते हैं या गांव है शहर है वो सारे उजड़ जाते थे। उस जमाने में प्लेग होता था, हैजा होता था और बहुत सारी बीमारियां आपदाएं होती थी। बरसात नहीं होने से भूखे मर जाते थे लोग, बाढ़ आने से मर जाते थे। इस प्रकार उसको कहते थे जनपदोध्वंस। इस कोरोना व्याधि के अंदर भी जनपदोध्वंस की बीमारी जो है वो हो गई है। उसका जो है कोई चिकित्सा अभी तक उपलब्ध नहीं हुई है। प्राथमिक चिकित्सा के रूप में एलोपैथिक में, आयुर्वेदिक में, अन्य पैथियों में करते हैं। आयुर्वेद की कुछ चिकित्सा पद्धतियां इसके अंदर बहुत सहायक रूप में काम करने लगी हैं। इसके लिए जब तक कोई टीका इंजेक्शन नहीं आ जाता है, वैक्सीन नहीं आ जाती है, तब तक मास्क और 2 गज की दूरी इसको तो हमें निरंतर बनाए रखना है। ये सर्वप्रथम सिद्धांत है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार इस चीज को कहते हैं कि इस चीज को ध्यान में रखें, जिससे कि सोशल डिस्टेंस रखें तो वो हो सकता है। पुराने जमाने में अध्ययन की प्रक्रिया जो यहाँ चल रहा है, आपकी जो विद्यापीठ जो है, हमारे धन्वंतरी भगवान हुए हैं। धन्वंतरी भगवान ने जो है ज्ञान जो है दक्ष प्रजापति को दिया, दक्ष प्रजापति ने इंद्र को दिया, इंद्र ने जो है वो अपने जो शिष्य थे, परंपरा थे, एक परंपरा होती थी प्राचीन समय में ऋषियों की, सुश्रुत ऋषि प्रभृतिया औवधैनम औरभ्र पौष्कलावत कर वीर्य गोपुर रक्षित प्रभृतिया। ये जो 6 प्रकार के मुख्य जो शिष्य थे जो धन्वंतरी संप्रदाय के अंदर, पुराने जमाने में 2 संप्रदाय विशेष रूप थे। जैसे आजकल मेडिकल डॉक्टर और सर्जन होते हैं, उसी प्रकार से पुराने जमाने में भी धन्वंतरी संप्रदाय होता था और आत्रेय संप्रदाय होता था। आत्रेय संप्रदाय चिकित्सा करते थे और धन्वंतरी संप्रदाय सर्जिकल प्रोसीजर्स को करते थे। इस प्रकार से अध्ययन की प्रक्रिया चलती थी। विश्वामित्र सुतय श्रीमान सुश्रुतय परिपृच्छति। सबने निर्णय किया कि हमारे 6 में से जो मुख्य है सुश्रुत, वो भगवान धन्वंतरी से प्रश्न करेंगे और प्रश्न करने के बाद में जनहित में क्या प्रश्न करेंगे और उसका जवाब जो भगवान धन्वंतरी देंगे। इस तरह से ये आयुर्वेद का जो चिकित्सा ग्रंथ है उसका निर्माण हुआ। शल्य का विशेष रूप से ग्रंथ सुश्रुत संहिता हुआ। मेडिसिन का जो है वो चरक संहिता हुआ और उसके बाद में दोनों के कुछ मिलाते हुए भागवत जो है अष्टांग हृदय का निर्माण हुआ। इस प्रकार से आयुर्वेद की चिकित्सा पद्धति का एक जो है अध्ययन हुआ। अब टीचिंग के अंदर यूजी चलता है और पीजी चलता है, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन चलता है। तो यूजी के जो छात्र हैं वो अध्ययन में केवल ज्यादातर उनका जो समय रहता है वो अध्ययन प्रैक्टिकल नहीं होकर के जो है वो जो है किताबों में ज्यादा पढ़ाया जाता है उनको, और प्रैक्टिकल देखने को मिलता है, करने को नहीं मिलता है उनको प्राय करके। लेकिन कुछ प्रक्रिया ऐसी है आयुर्वेद में जिनको हम कर सकते हैं, जैसे क्षार चिकित्सा, ज्वरों का बचाने की चिकित्सा, अग्निकर्म चिकित्सा, इनका प्रयोग भी हम कर सकते हैं और इनका प्रयोग छात्रों को प्रैक्टिकल रूप में भी दिखाई दे सकते हैं। इसलिए यूजी के छात्रों का पाठ्यक्रम का अलग से हो और पीजी के छात्रों का पाठ्यक्रम अलग से हो, क्योंकि पीजी वाले छात्रों को तो प्रैक्टिकल रूप में करना है और आगे उनको प्रोफेसर लेक्चरर सब बनना है। प्रथम यूजी में जो है इस विषय में मैं बात करूंगा। इसमें जो सैद्धांतिक सब्जेक्ट है, विषय है, उनकी क्लासें कुछ निश्चित करनी चाहिए, लेक्चर की संख्या निश्चित करनी चाहिए, सैद्धांतिक पढ़ाएं। सैद्धांतिक के बाद में प्रैक्टिकल जो जब आता है कि प्रैक्टिकल कैसे दिखाए, अभी तो छात्र जो हमारे हैं प्रैक्टिकल ऑपरेशन थिएटर में जाके देखते हैं और जो अन्य जो क्रिया है उनको प्रैक्टिकल रूप में देखते हैं, लेकिन ऑनलाइन क्लासेज में हम जो है फोटोग्राफ के जरिए या वीडियो फिल्म के जरिए
प्रोफेसर एस एस शर्मा सर, प्रोफेसर एस एस शर्मा सर, मैं क्षमा चाहूंगा, मैं आपसे ये निवेदन करूंगा कि आज का हमारा जो व्याख्यान का मुद्दा है वो ये है कि जो उच्च शिक्षा की जो गुणवत्ता रही है उसको बनाए रखने के लिए अभी वर्तमान में जब कोरोना का प्रभाव खत्म हो रहा है तो चुनौतियां क्या क्या है
जी,
और हमारी उच्च शिक्षा की जो गुणवत्ता रही है उस गुणवत्ता को बनाए रखने के लिए
जी
अभी हमारे सामने क्या क्या चुनौतियां हैं और हम उसको कैसे मतलब आगे कैसे लेके जाएं जब स्थितियां सामान्य हो रही हैं, परिस्थितियां समान हो रही हैं, तो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन जो हायर एजुकेशन की है उसको कैसे बनाए रखा जाए। आपने बहुत शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में काम किया है, आप ज्ञान के धरोहर हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में। हम जानते हैं कि आपने प्रोफेसर इमर्टस के पद पर यहाँ योगदान देने से पहले आप NIA के प्रोफेसर रहे हैं, आयुर्वेद में आपकी विशारद है। आप कृपया हमारे सहभागियों को ये बताएं कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी जो है हायर एजुकेशन की वो मेंटेन कैसे हो सकती है। हम इस पर आपको सुनने के लिए आभारी हैं।
जी, तो जो मैं शल्य का विद्यार्थी हूं या प्रोफेसर रहा हूं शल्य का, शल्य विज्ञान में पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन मैंने BHU से किया है, तो उस शल्य क्रिया को सीखने के लिए विशेष रूप से जो मेडिसिन वाले हैं तो उनको तो लेक्चर्स के रूप में बताया जा सकता है, लेकिन शल्य की जो क्रिया शल्य की जो क्रियाएं हैं जब तक छात्र देखे नहीं उसको समझ में नहीं आता है। जैसे उदाहरण के रूप में बताऊं आपको, अग्निक्रम चिकित्सा प्रकरण एक आयुर्वेद का लिखा हुआ है। अग्निक्रम पहले नहीं किया जाता था, मैंने यहाँ पे अग्निक्रम को प्रारंभ किया और हमारे डायरेक्टर से उसमें पूछा कि अग्निक्रम हम कैसे करें, शुरू कर दें क्या? उन्होंने कहा आपको कौन बताएगा, आप तो कल से शुरू कर दीजिए। अग्निक्रम चिकित्सा में दग्ध शलाका को लेकर के रोग के स्थान पे लगाते हैं और लगाने से वो रोग नष्ट होता है। जैसे कॉर्न, पैर के अंदर आयटन हो जाता है जिसको बोलते हैं आयुर्वेद में कदर रोग। इस कदर को यदि काट के निकालते हैं तो उस अवस्था में वो महीने भर में तक घाव उसका भरता है पैर में, लेकिन कॉर्न में अग्निक्रम चिकित्सा करने के बाद में वो घाव जो है 7 दिन के अंदर ठीक हो जाता है और रोगी को कोई तकलीफ नहीं होती है, किसी भी तरह का दर्द भी नहीं होता है। गांव में हमारा भारत जो है गांव में बसता है। हमने गांव में जा के कैंप लगाए हैं, एक एक लाइन में 100 रोगियों के कदर के रोगी जो है ठीक किए हैं, उनको जराया है। इस तरह से जाके कार्य करने के उपरांत जो है प्रैक्टिकल जब तक नहीं करेंगे तब तक नहीं होगा। उसी प्रैक्टिकल की फिल्म, वीडियो फिल्म और प्रैक्टिकल फोटोग्राफ्स ये हम छात्रों को दिखाएं और देखें इस तरह से ये क्रिया की जाती है और करते हुए भी वो देख सकते हैं, तो वो इस मेंटेन को बनाए रखेंगे, आगे की तरफ चलेंगे, पिछड़ेंगे नहीं, आगे बढ़ेंगे। इसी प्रकार क्षार सूत्र की चिकित्सा, मैं जब 1972 में जब यहाँ BHU से आया उस समय राजस्थान में सर्जरी, आयुर्वेद में सर्जरी क्या होती है, पहला क्वेश्चन ये करते थे लोग कि क्या आयुर्वेद में सर्जरी है? मैं कहा है, बहुत है, हम करेंगे। तो पाइल्स में क्षार सूत्र चिकित्सा का प्रयोग, भगंदर में क्षार सूत्र की चिकित्सा का प्रयोग हमने शुरू किया और कैंप लगाए, रोटरी क्लब, लायंस क्लब जैसी। फिर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान साथ में आई, उसने जो है वो साथ में कैंप लगाए, इस तरह से उसका विकास हुआ। तो गांव गांव में जाके हमने चिकित्सा के माध्यम से क्षार सूत्र चिकित्सा के द्वारा अर्श भगंदर की चिकित्सा की, पाइल्स की ट्रीटमेंट किया और फिस्टुला इन एनो में द बेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ द फिस्टुला इन एनो बाय द क्षार सूत्र थेरेपी। ये वर्ल्ड में आज इसकी क्रियाएं चल रही है। जापान में गया हूं WHO फेलोशिप में, चाइना, जापान, साउथ कोरिया, वहां इसके द्वारा क्षार सूत्र के द्वारा भगंदर रोग की चिकित्सा की जा रही है। वहां के प्रोफेसरों से मिलने पे ध्यान हुआ है। तो इसके लिए प्रैक्टिकल रूप में छात्र जब तक नहीं देखेंगे तब तक उनको ज्ञान नहीं होगा। ऑनलाइन चिकित्सा फोटोग्राफ, वीडियो, फिल्म के द्वारा की जा सकती है और ये क्रियाएं ऐसी है कि जिनको हम छात्रों को दिखा सकते हैं। दिखाने में किसी भी तरह की आपत्ति नहीं है। तो वो जो है छात्र जो है जो उस मेंटेन को बनाए रखेंगे, जो हमने किया वो लुप्त नहीं हो जाए। पुराने जमाने में जो चिकित्सा, शल्य चिकित्सा बहुत सारी थी, लुप्त हो गई, किताबें लुप्त हो गई, उस ज्ञान लुप्त नहीं हो जाए इसके लिए हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि हमारे छात्र आज जगह जगह काम कर रहे हैं। सॉरी, जगह जगह हमारे छात्र काम कर रहे हैं और इस पैथी के द्वारा उस ज्ञान को बढ़ा रहे हैं। तो ये प्रायोगिक रूप में शल्य चिकित्सा के मैं छात्र हूं। शल्य चिकित्सा का जो कार्य है वो बिना प्रैक्टिकल के नहीं हो सकता। जलोकावचारण, लीच एप्लीकेशंस, लीच किसी ने देखी नहीं होगी। बहुत सारे छात्र ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने जलोका देखी नहीं हो, जोंक देखी नहीं होगी। जोंक जो है रक्त विस्रावण के लिए, ब्लड लेटिंग के लिए काम आ जाती है और बहुत सारे रोगों में ये काम करती है। क्षार कर्म आ गया और अग्निकर्म आ गया। अग्निकर्म में छाटिका अंदर पैर में है, कदर रोग है, जॉइंट्स पेन है, इनमें जो है फ्रोजन शोल्डर है, टेनिस एल्बो है, इन रोगों में बहुत अच्छा कार्य करता है। और करने के बाद में प्रैक्टिकल में जब तक छात्र नहीं देखेगा तब तक कुछ नहीं हो सकता। ऐसी अवस्था में उनके लिए व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए कि वो देखें, वीडियो फिल्म के द्वारा देखें, और कक्षाएं जो नियमित रूप से सैद्धांतिक हो रही है उसमें महीने भर के बाद में एक दिन ऐसा आना चाहिए कि छात्र से वो टीचर रूबरू हो, आपस में संवाद करे और पूछे, टीचर उनको पूछे और छात्र उनसे पूछे कि साहब ये कैसे हुआ, हमने आपने ये पढ़ाया था लेकिन हम अब तक इसको ज्ञान को प्राप्त नहीं कर सके, क्या कमी रह गई है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में छात्र जो है और टीचर का संवाद महीने में एक बार डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट होना चाहिए जिससे कि वो पढ़ सके। हालांकि कक्षा तो होनी चाहिए, कक्षा नहीं होने के कारण से तो विशेष रूप से जो है वो कार्य उसका ज्ञान नहीं होता है। आयुर्वेद में तो विशिखानुप्रवेश और योग्या एक चैप्टर आया है, योग्याकृत कर्म अभ्यास है। योग्य मतलब जो काम जो है निरंतर करेगा, प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट करेगा, लेकिन आदमी के ऊपर ऑपरेशन करने से पहले छात्र के लिए शास्त्र ने लिखा छेद्यम वेद्यम लेख्यम वेद्यम ऐस्यम आहार्यम विश्राव्यम शिव्यम इति। ये जो 8 प्रोसीजर बताए हैं सर्जरी के, इनको करने के लिए बाहर जैसे छेदन माने काटना, एक्सीजन ऑफ द पार्ट। तो लौकी को जैसे घिया को काट के अलग किया तो ये छेदन हो गया, उसको प्रैक्टिकल दिखाने के लिए। भेदन, एक मशक होती है चमड़े की बनी हुई जिसमें पानी भरा हुआ है, उसके ऊपर इंसिजन लगा के देखा, इंसिजन कैसे लगाया जाता है, तो वो भेदन कर्म हो गया। तो ये प्रैक्टिकल रूप में छात्रों को सिखाने के लिए इस प्रकार का प्रयोग बिना क्लास में वो ऑडियो वीडियो के द्वारा देखा जा सकता है। छेद्यम वेद्यम लेखन स्क्रैपिंग जिसको कहते हैं, तो चमड़े के ऊपर किया जा सकता है और पेड़ के ऊपर खुरस के किया जा सकता है। छेद्यम वेद्यम लेख्यम वेद्यम वेदन माने पंक्चरिंग, जैसे जलोदर रोग होता है, एसाइटिस होता है, हाइड्रोसिल होता है, उसमें निडल से पंक्चर करके पानी को पेट से बाहर निकालते हैं। वो पंक्चर हम किस प्रकार से किस में देखें, तो हम जो है मृत शरीर की शिराएं जो है उनका भेदन करके देखा जा सकता है। वो पंक्चरिंग का सिस्टम जो है सीखा जा सकता है और बहुत सारे उसमें उदाहरण दिए हैं। लेकिन ऐसन माने प्रोबिंग, जैसे पुराना पेड़ हो जाए, उसमें जर्जर हो जाए, दीमक लग जाए, तो उसमें प्रोब को एक सिलाई होती है जिसका नाम है प्रोब, सिलाई डाल करके अंदर किधर जा रही है उसको अभ्यास होता है। जो फिस्टुला इन एनो में हम प्रोबिंग करते हैं, साइनस में प्रोबिंग करते हैं, तो चिकित्सक को पता रहता है कि ये प्रोब किधर जाएगी, या नहीं कि हर कहीं से प्रोब को निकाल दे बाहर, जहां जाएगी उधर ही प्रोब को ले जाते हैं। लेखन क्रम उसको प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए इस प्रकार से वो कार्य कर सकता है, देख सकता है और कहीं भी कर सकता है ये कार्य। सीवन कर्म, लास्ट में सीवन कर्म, स्यूचरिंग ऑफ द स्यूचरिंग कैसे करेंगे? स्यूचरिंग के बहुत सारे प्रकार बताए हैं। तो स्यूचरिंग के लिए मोटा कपड़ा हो उसको सिलने के लिए जैसे दर्जी सिलता है वो करे, या कोई चमड़ा हो, मरे हुए पशु का चमड़ा हो उसको वो सिलने का प्रयास करे। तो ये योग्य जो है इस तरह से देखे, वो ऑपरेटिव सर्जरी सीखे, इस प्रकार से उसको ज्ञान हो सकता है, जिससे हम हमारी जो किताबों में लिखा हुआ है उस ज्ञान को हम भूल नहीं जाए। छात्रों को पूर्ण से, छात्र जब एक दफा चीज को देख लेता है तो निरंतर उसका ज्ञान उसको रहता है, वो भूलता नहीं है। इस तरह से जो
उनको मैंने
है ना, इस तरह से छात्र जो है वो उस ज्ञान को लेते रहे, लेकिन ज्ञान लेने की क्षमता भी चाहिए, पात्रता भी चाहिए छात्र में। छात्र में यदि पात्रता है तो वह निश्चित रूप से उन क्रियाओं, शल्य क्रियाओं को जो है वो जान सकता है, देख सकता है। बहुत सारी क्रिया आयुर्वेद में फ्रैक्चर्स का वर्णन शास्त्र में लिखा हुआ है, भग्न चिकित्सा जिसको फ्रैक्चर्स कहते हैं, नासा संधान का लिखा है। आजकल एक टॉपिक चल रहा है अखबारों में, जगह जगह आप पढ़ रहे होंगे, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने जो है मान्यता दी है आयुर्वेद के प्रोसीजर्स को करने की। तो नासा प्रमाण, जैसे नासा चिकित्सा राइनोप्लास्टी लिखा है, तो सुश्रुत ने राइनोप्लास्टी की पूरी विधि लिखी है। जो नासा कटी हुई है उसके प्रमाण का पीपल का पत्ता काट करके देखे इतना हुआ, और वो मस्तिष्क के ऊपर वो उसको रखे और उतना जो है फ्लैप उतारे, शायद जीवित मांस में लिखा है, साथ उसकी ब्लड सर्कुलेशन चालू रहे, उसको फ्लैप को उतार के नासा के ऊपर लगाते हैं और नासा संधान हो जाता है। और भारतवर्ष में नासा संधान की प्रक्रिया हर गांव में होती थी। गुजरात में तो एक कहावत है, कालू कापे नाक सांधे त्रिभुवन वैद्य। कालू नाम का एक डाकू था, लोगों की नाक काट लेता था, और त्रिभुवन नाम का जो वैद्य था वो नासा का संधान कर देता था। ये प्रचलित था, कोई इसमें बाधा नहीं थी। इसी तरह ओष्ठ का संधान होता था, कान औरतें पहनती है, गहना फट जाते हैं, इसका संधान का विधि लिखी है, किस प्रकार का संधान होना चाहिए, कैसे करना चाहिए, सारी संधान की विधि लिखी हुई है। प्रैक्टिकल रूप में योग्य में विश्वकानुप्रवेश, विश्वकानुप्रवेश कहते हैं इंटर्नशिप में, जब बच्चा ग्रेजुएशन में बीएमएस पास कर लेता है तो जाता है, तो उसको विश्वकानुप्रवेश उसको सीखना पड़ता है कि क्या क्या चीजें हमारी शास्त्र में लिखी हुई है, उनका प्रैक्टिकल हम कैसे करें। क्योंकि अब बंद है इस समय, ऐसी अवस्था में वो वीडियो फिल्म के द्वारा, ऑटोग्राफ के द्वारा, फोटोग्राफ के द्वारा, अच्छे चिकित्सक के द्वारा, आजकल वीडियो जगह जगह हुए, मैंने भी बहुत वीडियो दे रखे हैं मेरे, वो उन वीडियो को देख करके और उस चिकित्सा पद्धति को समझ सकता है, कर सकता है, करने की प्रक्रिया होनी चाहिए। फिर भी उसको कोई आपत्ति होती है, टेलीफोन से संपर्क कर सकता है, कभी जो है देख भी सकता है। इस तरह अभी तो ये संपर्क जो है थोड़े दिन का आया है, ये काल, कोरोना काल चला जाएगा, उस अवस्था में हम सभी को राहत मिलेगी। कोविड की जो है कोई वैक्सीन आ जाएगी तो सभी लोग राहत महसूस करेंगे, और इसी वैज्ञानिक में सारे लगे हुए हैं इस कार्य को करने में। इस प्रकार से इस ज्ञान को जो है हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। वीडियो फिल्म से, फोटोग्राफ से जो चिकित्सा छात्रों को दी जाती है वो सीख सकते हैं। पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन के जो छात्र हैं, ग्रेजुएशन के बाद में उनकी ड्यूटी बहुत ज्यादा है, उनको अवकाश भी नहीं मिलता है, उनको जाना भी पड़ता है, अस्पताल में चिकित्सा भी करनी पड़ती है। वो अपना चिकित्सा कार्य निरंतर कर रहे हैं, जगह जगह हमारे पास सूचनाएं आती हैं, वो निरंतर कार्य कर रहे हैं, उनका अवरोध नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन यह जरूर है कि वो सावधानी, उनकी कोरोना पेशेंट्स की देखने करने की जानकारी जरूर होनी चाहिए उनको, उसके उपरांत ही उस चिकित्सा क्रम को करें, दूर से करें। जितना जो कार्य पहले करते थे, 100 पेशेंट का जैसे ऑपरेशन किया है तो 100 का नहीं होकर 10 का होगा, लेकिन वो प्रैक्टिकल उसमें रूप में कर रहे हैं, और ऑडियो वीडियो फिल्म के द्वारा भी उसको कार्य को किया जा रहा है, निरंतर करते रहते हैं। इस कार्य के अंदर जो प्राइवेट जो हॉस्पिटल है वो कुछ बंद भी हो गए, कुछ चालू अभी हो गए हैं, लेकिन कोरोना का संकट ऐसा है कि इस कार्य को जो है ऑनलाइन जो है वीडियो ऑडियो के द्वारा ही किया जा सकता है। और इसलिए मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं आपको, चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन, वाइस चांसलर, प्रो चांसलर डॉक्टर कमलेश जी शर्मा को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि ये इस तरह के वेबिनार का आयोजन किया गया। आगे भी निरंतर इस तरह का एक एक सब्जेक्ट पे करें, ये ओवरऑल बहुत लंबा चौड़ा नहीं करना चाहिए, और टाइम का निश्चित रूप से देखते हुए कि 10 मिनट का टाइम दिया, 10 मिनट में वो बोले, और 10 मिनट में वो बोले। मैं अब इंतजार कर रहा हूँ, इस समय 2 बज रहे हैं, मेरा टाइम था 12:55 से 1:10 तक का था, लेकिन मैं इंतजार जब से सुबह 4 घंटे से बैठा हूँ यहाँ, तो ये प्रक्रिया थोड़ा सा इसमें सुधार के लिए कह रहा हूँ मैं। गलती शुरुआत में कार्य किया, गलतियां हो सकती है, लेकिन इसमें सुधार करना चाहिए। 10 मिनट है तो 10 मिनट में उसको बुलाएं। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच, नमस्कार।
थैंक यू सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके इतने अच्छे अनुभव को शेयर करने के लिए। वाकई ये जो अनुभव पर आधारित एक्सपेरियंशियल जिसको बोलते हैं, इंटीग्रेटेड टॉक, आपने जो कोरिलेट किया कि हम क्लासरूम स्टडी को प्रैक्टिकल कैसे बना सकते हैं और क्लासरूम स्टडी को विजुअलाइज कैसे कर सकते हैं। स्टूडेंट जो न्यू नॉर्मल सीन है और आज के जो हालात है उसमें सर्जिकल एस्पेक्ट जो मेडिसिन के हैं, मेडिकल के हैं, उसमें वो क्या कर सकते हैं। आपने अपने अनुभव को शेयर किया, हम आपके आभारी हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि हमारे आयुर्वेद, होम्योपैथ, खास करके आयुष की जो छात्राएं हैं और अदर जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, डेलीगेट्स हैं, वो आपके इस अनुभव से काफी लाभान्वित हुए होंगे। हम पूरे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस कमेटी की तरफ से आपके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू रिक्वेस्ट वन ऑफ आवर इमिनेंट प्रोफेसर इमर्टस who is connected with us, Professor R.K. Patni ji. Sir, are you connected? Professor R.K. Patni?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah, sir. So brief introduction of Professor R.K. Patni sir is that he has been a very, very veteran law expert. He has been professor and dean in Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. And we are feeling proud to share that he has been question setters for different competitive examination for judiciary for different states and different ventures of Government of India. He has credited so many research papers and he has done a lot in the field of law and governance. So we feel proud, Rajendra Kumar Patni sir, to see you as Professor Emeritus. We welcome you and we request that kindly please start your delivery on the three-dimensional topic. As you know, since you have been a student of science also, so in one dimension there is matter of sustainability, on another dimension there is matter of quality, and the next dimension is higher education. So how you are correlating all these three dimensions, and the chapter is new normal, means if the things are going to be normalized, then how we are going to maintain our that credit for which our Indian academic system has been known across the globe. So please, over to Dr. R.K. Patni sir.
Law is said to be a bottomless sea, and I am simply a small creature trying how to swim in a perfect way. Much has been said about me, but what we are going to discuss is that in the present circumstances of this COVID, what has to be done so that the education atmosphere that may become normal. That is the main purpose of our this webinar today. Now, the global economy no doubt has shrunk due to this COVID. But at the same time, what is more required is that in field of education, the collaboration between the student and the academician and the industry, that should be more and made more and more sound so that the gap which has come due to COVID, that gap may be filled up soon. Friends, this is simply a time being process that there had been a necessity of virtual classes, because it is said that something is better than nothing. So in order that we may have a normal course, it was essential to start with the virtual classes. But what I want to say is that our body is having 5 senses, and if suppose one sense do not work properly, can we lose the whole life? No, because this stage of being handicapped is not that phase that we cannot live, we cannot run our life smoothly. Say I take you to the time of Arjun and Eklavya. By say misfortune or misunderstanding, Eklavya lost his very important part of body, and even then, can it be said that Arjun was more competent and Eklavya was not competent? No, it is not like this. There cannot be a question on the competency of Eklavya. In the same way, what I mean to say is that for a quality education, adaptability is the most important factor of our Indian culture. Adaptability, that means not only one part, but one part should understand mutually the other part in the same fashion. Then only the work will go on smoothly. In the same way, you know that due to this gap, now new challenges have emerged before us, and these challenges, they can be faced only with a spirit that the students should be more adaptive to the teachers in the coming future, and the same way the teacher should also be a sincere one to face the problem. Now, what I want to say is that if there had been no mutual understanding between the Gandhi's opinion and the opinion of the Britishers, we would not have got the freedom which we are enjoying today. Only thing is that not only the mutual understanding of the things or adaptability, but the goal should also be clear before us. And if the goal is clear, no bar will will fail us to achieve our aim. For this, what experience I had at Jayoti Vidyapeeth, that was so to say a golden opportunity for me, and that was all due to the inspiration and the clear goal of Dr. Pankaj Garg, who is the advisor of the Jayoti Vidyapeeth, and at the same time the chairperson, Madam Vidyashi Garg ji, that we could face the problems in a very easy way. Now here, what I want to say is that although there had been a crowd of cases lying before the courts, but even then they tried it by virtual hearing. In the same way, we have a good length of syllabus before the students to cover it up. But whatever we have covered through virtual class, certain gaps no doubt has been there, but this gap can be filled up by molding our syllabus, molding our sincerity towards teaching, and mutual understanding of the students and teachers between themselves, and at the same time, you know that they should be given more opportunity to collaborate with the judicial system, with the police system, and this is only for the law stream, but for other stream also, the practical approach that is required to be given more stress than the theoretical approach, so that we shall be able to cope up with the gap which has been left with us in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Patni sir, for your nice delivery. And you know that Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is very smartly handling its all academic activity even during COVID. And our research, our academics, our each and every activity, even PhD, Viva, dissertation work, everything is on full swing. So thank you for your nice presentation, and we hope that in future we will be listening a lot by you. Now again I am requesting if Professor O.P. Sharma is present. Professor Emeritus, Professor O.P. Sharma sir, Professor Rajavardhan S. Roy sir, Rajvardhan Singh Roy sir. Yeah, I hope they are not available right now. Now it is a time for the students to interact with our eminent Professor Emeritus. If any student has any question, can please put your question. You can directly on your mic and you can put your question, or you can hand over your question to us. Any question by anyone? Any question by anyone? Any question by anyone? And one thing, there is a message in chat box that has been posted by our Professor Emeritus Virendra Goswami sir. Thank you. Thanks for having invited me, and I will look forward to greet you all and pay my greetings to Honorable Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and interact student and faculty of your prestigious and unique university. Stay blessed, you all, with your cheerful family, Professor Dr. Virendra Goswami sir. Not your university, this is your university, because you are Professor Emeritus of this university. This is your university, you are part of this university. You are not a guest. You are not a guest. You are not a guest. You are one of the hosts. So you have muted your mic. You have muted your mic.
You can unmute yourself. Please unmute.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, the student didn't ask any question, then the professor always gets pleasure to ask question to the student and advise whether they like it or not.
Yeah. If a student will not ask question, then professor will start asking questions. So if you should start Here, Bhavana Verma is writing how can we improve our developing skill. Means is asking that how we can improve how we can develop our skills. What are the parameters for developing skills? Skill means soft skill and others. So if any
learning skills.
Yeah.
Yes, but my dear children, I just want to give you one advice and end with one share, which always helped me, you see. One thing, there is no shortcut of learning. You have to work hard. There is no other way. Are you seeing this watch? Are you seeing this watch? What is the meaning of this watch? Watch your actions. Watch your words. Watch your health. Watch your character. The character is, you must develop a very good character, working hard. And with the last year, always learn from the people, from wherever way and whatever way you can learn. और उर्दू का एक शेर है, लो जान बेच कर भी इल्म हुनर जिनसे मिले जिस कदर मिले. And you know what is ever student. You keep on adding to the knowledge each and every day. And last, one share which you remember in your life and which was taught by my professor or my teacher at 9th standard, long back, you see, in a village, small village, you see. That was a share. याद है वो वक्त पैदाइश का जब सबसे हंसते तू था रोता. ऐसी रह नहीं रहे कि मरते वक्त सब रहे रोते जा हंसता. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, thank Professor Goswami. Thank you very much. And there is a question from our pro-president and Kriti Swami asking to you, Professor Raghav, what do you think is an area you need to keep growing in professionally?
No, she is saying that what is the area in which we need to keep going professionally. So, if the student is here, she can, clarify the question. Otherwise, I will answer what I am able to understand. So, as far as profession is concerned, there are a lot of things to do yourself in each profession. Either it's the profession of law, it's the profession of agriculture, profession of homeopathy, profession of Ayurveda. And one thing which we talk normally about personality development. So what I would say, and I would like to tell you that if you talk about the personality development, yes, you should definitely should grow yourself in that personality development. You should develop your personality. And what my perception and my experience there is that the 60 to 70% of your personality comes from the knowledge. If you are knowledgeable, then definitely you will speak out. And if you will speak out, you will portray yourself who you are. So that is the area where you have to keep on doing continuously work in developing your personality in whatsoever profession you are in. Either you are in law, homeopathy, Ayurveda, agriculture, or even if you are an entrepreneur. That is very important. So that's what I can suggest. And the student is here, she can clarify the question more and I will be able to answer.
Thank you. Thank you on behalf of the students. Just tweeted in the chat box. Now another question is from Professor Goswami. And this question is of Abhay Kushwaha. He is asking, what do you think is more important for a team, technical skill or communication? Since you have been Vice Chancellor in different universities and you have vast knowledge in technical education, you have done your PhD from IIT and you have very good exposure. So the question is from you that what do you think is more important for a team, technical skill or communication? Communication skill.
I mean, which is important to be successful, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, very good question, and you really, which I left to tell my students, the first thing is your personality. How you, I am talking with a lot of experience. You know, I was a wing commander also in the Air Force and the instructor in the Air Force Academy. So that's why I'm telling you, you can't teach everything. You can't teach flying by simulators only. So what I'm telling you, what is good question Dr. Lal has brought up through you. First thing is your personality. How you put on your, how do you dress it? How do you keep your body what God has given you? Don't be a fatty person with the bump coming out like a pregnant woman, you see. Be smart, slim, trim. And that will come. Yeah, that will come with you see, first thing, people will see how dressed well you are. How do you look? This is the first thing. तभी तो आप पे आशिक होंगे वो, तभी तो आपको देखेंगे. Second thing, your communication. You should be good in communication. This is the mantra to win in everywhere when you go in the interview, or if you want to get a professional success, a good professional if you want to be, then you have to have the second communication. First, aapko dress smartly dress. You must, one formula, you must look 10 years younger. If not 10 years younger, 5 years younger than your age. That is the, how are you maintaining your body? This is one thing. Communication second. If you speak in English, speak in good English. Don't speak in Bengali accent. Don't speak in Punjabi accent. Don't speak in Tamil accent. Speak in the English accent. Secondly, communication. Communication includes written and oral. Both you should be good. And last but not least, you cannot have success in life without knowledge. You must have knowledge. And that's what I told you, Urdu share. You should not hesitate to learn from anywhere. अगर एक बहुत पुरानी पिक्चर आई थी जानी वॉकर की, वो कहता था मैंने मोची के नीचे भी काम किया है, मैंने कॉबलर के नीचे भी काम किया है, मैंने दर्जी के नीचे भी काम किया है. Remember one thing, very good thing in armed forces of training, officer training, is that you must know all the jobs what your soldier knows. Then only you can command. This formula holds good, bete. If you have to command, you should know all the things. You should know अगर कॉबलर का काम ठीक किया कि नहीं, अगर दर्जी ने काम ठीक किया कि नहीं, उसका काम तुम्हें आना चाहिए. तो दिस बात मैंने बचपन में सीखा. मैं अकेला बच्चा था, तो मेरी मदर चाहती भाई अब वकील बन लो, एडवोकेट बन गए. उनका साइंटिस्ट बन जाओ, साइंटिस्ट बन गए. मिलिट्री अफसर बनना था, मिलिट्री अफसर बन गए. कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. कहाँ केमिकल टेक्नोलॉजी, कहाँ मिलिट्री एयरफोर्स का विंग कमांडर, कोई नहीं है. पर क्या है कि इतना एक्सपोजर देता है. अब मैं कहीं भी बैठता हूँ तो मुझे शाई नहीं फील होता. पर मैंने कभी शर्मिंदगी मत करो सीखने के लिए. दिस इज सक्सेस. एंड लास्ट, so these are three things, and the success mantra is you must dream in your life. जब तक आप स्वप्न नहीं देखोगे, जब तक, अगर आपको बेटे माउंट एवरेस्ट की छूने का उद्देश्य बनाओगे तो कंचनजुंगा तभी पहुंचोगे. You have your aims high, have the dreams, but don't only dream. You know what a dream is? Dr. APJ Kalam said very nicely. I had made very good presentation on this and wanted to show you. Anyhow, thank you very much, Dr. Sir. You gave me chance to talk to my student, to whom I call children. So he told that dream are those which don't allow you to sleep. So, and the last but not least, the another success equation, which has been developed by Einstein. Einstein told there is a success equal to X plus Y plus Z. That is, you must dream, you work hard until as you implement your dream and take the rest. Rest doesn't mean that go and sleep. He says you give the successive gaps, gain the potential energy, convert into the kinetic energy. This is the physical trend. And last but not least, always if you want to create, respect the environment, respect the God which has given you. You see, God gave you the air, water, beautiful nature, and we people polluted like anything. क्योंकि उसने एक ही गलती की थी कि he gave free of cost and time also. So this is my principle, and
thank you, Professor Goswami sir. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
That's a glass.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Goswami sir. Time is not permitting us to.
You keep the account of time if you want to become successful in your life. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
I want to
now is the time for our respected Pro-President of the University, Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor P.K. Raghav sir, that kindly conclude today's conference, that is Experiential Integrated Talk on Sustainability of Quality in Higher Education in New Normal Post-COVID-19. And also,
yes, in today's experiential integrated talk on sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post COVID-19, several experienced delegates, participants, they spoke in detail and shared the views, and it was a marathon session. And in this conference, several points came up as far as this topic is concerned, and the list is long, but I am just going to tell you few of them. First was the LMS, learning management system, then utilization of resources, then blended learning. Several speakers talk about the blended learning. Then there was the mentorship. People talk about the innovation. Then there was the time management talk. There was the health. The first speaker, Professor Shekhar, he talked about the health, and then there was other several solutions came. But what I think that no one talk about the challenges much. So that was something which was supposed to be discussed in detail. The challenges in sustaining the quality of higher education in new normal. A new normal is a normal when we are coming out of this COVID-19, and we are looking forward how to maintain the quality in this higher education when the resources, we have to mobilize various resources, when there are various foundations, and sometimes we are hearing the cases are coming more, they are becoming less, either COVID is going, when it will go, the vaccine will come. So that was it. This three-dimensional topic was chosen, and it was discussed. So as far as these points which I just elaborated came out as, from this talk, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University Jaipur, which is the nation's first private state women's university, which has a 12B status out of 346 universities. Only 12 universities have this 12B status, and we are one of them. And the university is having most of these things. We are having learning management system in place, as I told before. As far as the utilization of resources, Professor Anil Agarwal, Emeritus Professor Anil Agarwal spoke about this. Yes, we have alumni association. Our alumni participate. They do contribute intellectually as well as by other meaning. And we have this blended learning in place. We have face-to-face learning in place. We are not lagging behind in anything. Our session started on time. Professor Lal also, my counterpart, Professor Lal Proctor of the university, he nicely threw light on several of our achievements. So if I am going in that side, it may take more than 1 or 2 hours to discussing those things in detail. And let me tell you one more thing. In our university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, we have a unique teaching learning methodology, learnership, identification, and mentorship. And then, as far as our research, which is the a main indicator of the success of a university, we have a very well researched infrastructure here, which can be found out on jvexplore.in. And recently we launched Research for You, where we are inviting the industries to put their problems in front of us. Those will be taken up by us and we'll be solving them. Another thing, we have local research also here, means work for local. And we started this thing well ahead of time last year itself, before it was announced by the PMO. And we have the integrated research going on here. So there are long list of discussing the things. Need-based research is being done. Patents are being registered. Patents are being published. Projects are being granted. And our sessions are going on time. Examination sir, let me just. Yes.
I would like to listen by your mouth that Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University is one of the most and more.
Yes, actually.
Atmanirbhar University, there is no outsourcing of any resources here at all. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Continue.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. So, and our digital version 2, the learning management system, which we created just in the beginning of this pandemic, when everyone was running here and there, we were all set to launch our classes and teaching the students through online and digital, and examination were conducting. That's what I was talking about. And all this is keeping us in a good shape. And one more thing which I would like to tell here is that the digital version 2 can be used by any institution, any university which are having the same type of program. If they are running the same program, yes, we can give access to our material to them also. So that's how we are sustaining equality in higher education. But I talk to other people, I talk to a lot of other experts, a lot of other dignitaries, and in this conference also several experts, our emeritus professor also, they discuss this thing that not all the institutions and university are able to come up. So what are those challenges? I participated, I spoke in a webinar in the beginning of this COVID-19. At the beginning of the pandemic, and I told very clearly there are challenges of training the teacher, challenges of training the students. And in that seminar, in that webinar, I clearly told this thing that yes, we were having an edge at that time, and I am repeating it again and again, because let me be very clear, when these tasks we were giving to our faculty members, when these tasks we were giving to our students, we were telling them, go get your lecture get your lecture recorded, get a video recorded, make digital notes. They were saying, why we should do it? What is the need of it? And you never know. So we did at that time, and that was our backbone since in the beginning of this pandemic, and that's how we lifted up ourselves, and we are in a good shape today. So that is something about our university, which is playing a leading role in this sustaining the quality, and we want to just disseminate this knowledge to others and to other institutions and to other universities. So on that basis, this today's experiential integrated talk and a virtual conference was organized. So that was all, and now is the time to say thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Chairperson, Madam Vidushi Gargji, our Honorable Founder and Advisor Visionary, Dr. Pankaj Garg sir, and today's Chief Guest, Secretary General AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and Professor Emeritus, Professor Shekhar V, Coopersburg, USA, Professor Paul R. Prabhakar, Chicago, USA, Professor Manjeet S. Khan, Kansas State, USA, Professor Manu K. Vora, Chicago, USA, and our own President, Professor R. Hayati Dahiya, and then our moderator and our proctor of the university, Professor S. Lal, Professor Emeritus, Professor Meenakshi Mathu, then Professor Emeritus, Professor S. M. Upadhyay, former Director, IIT BHU India, then Professor S. M. Singh, UP India, then Professor Anil Kumar Agarwal, IIT BHU India. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone. And then Pro-President Ayush, Jayoti Vidyapeeth University, Vaidya Kamlesh Kumar Sharma ji, then Professor Emeritus, Professor O.P. Sharma, Professor Emeritus, Professor Rajyavardhan, who could not join us, but might be, he would be watching this, heard, will hear. And then Professor Emeritus, Professor Virender Goswami, IIT Kharagpur, who is with us till the end. Thank you very much. And then Professor Emeritus, Professor S.S. Sharma, and then Adjunct Professor, Professor Ramesh Gautam, New Delhi, and then Professor Emeritus of Jayoti Vidyapeeth, or you all are of Jayoti Vidyapeeth, Professor R.K. Patni. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the students who were with us. More than 100 participants participated in this today's experiential integrated talk on sustainability of quality in higher education in new normal post-COVID-19. And a big thank you to Professor Eslal, Proctor Jayoti Vidyapeeth University, Jaipur, who day and night worked for connecting all those people together. And my counterpart, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being with us.
Thank you our Pro-President, Dynamic Pro-President, Professor Raghav, for extending his kind support and working for you can say day and night to make this conference success, coordinating with dignitary across the globe. And thanks is due from my side because the technical person, our server people, Mr. Ravi and his team, and the faculty members of computer science who coordinated with us to reach this webinar across the globe through the different social media channels. Also thanks to our Jyoti Bani 90.4 and its team. Thanks to our Cover.com editor Mr. Jha and his team, and thanks to our JBTV team who are working over this. Thanks a lot from my side, and thanks again. Thanks a lot. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
So it's over of the webinar. Thank you.